Oh, yes, sir. And yes, ma'am, you had better. Well, let's get them going. Let's get them up. It's Friday. Not just any Friday. It's a Friday the 13th on Hook 'em Up with Ian Ronvi. That is right. If you're into the theories and behind the scenes of Friday the 13th, the tradition, you can have fun with that today. We certainly will over the next 5 hours of conversation. It's our 5-hour morning conversation, Austin's only morning sports conversation in the ATX and beyond. Appreciate you being there wherever you find us. Maybe on 101.9 FM, could be AM 1260, of course, and always streaming. Our digital numbers through the roof these days. We appreciate that very, very much. Downloading that Horn app to your smartphone, you listen with a touch of a button wherever you are in Austin, in Texas, all over the world. Also on our YouTube channel at The Horn Austin and on our website, hornfm.com. You can listen there or watch the Twitch channel, see the cameras. You got the screen in the top right corner. You can look at it small or large, and we'll be right there for you for the next 5 hours and every morning here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Look who it is across the desk, getting himself ready, cleaning up his spot, ready to roll. He is our shutdown corner 5 days a week, 5 hours a day, doing an unbelievable job. He is from the 713 DB High down there in the 713, 512 DBU. 4 stops in the National Football League now. A proud papa. He is the football theorist. He is Blackstradamus, and it is a Friday, Rod Babers.
Which means we like to call it a freak flag, feel good, fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Yes, also a Baseball Friday. We'll preview Texas and Houston, the Rangers and the Astros. Deep dive conversations on that big series, which starts on Sunday night. We've also got the weekend of football that does not include your Texas Longhorns. They're enjoying their bye week. Texas football coaches and the staff will be fanning out across the country.
Yes,
big
sir.
recruiting weekend for the Longhorns. We'll get you details on that behind the burnt orange curtain. Also this hour, Rod, we'll get you some What the Facts from the morning. Also, speaking of that, Major League Baseball down to the Final Four now. At 7:30 next hour, we're going to talk to our baseball insider, Gene Watson, get a big picture perspective of what's going on in Major League Baseball. All these upsets, all the lower seeds are advancing into the Final Four. The 100-win teams are all out now after last night's games. We'll talk to Gino about that, his thoughts on what are going on, but also his thoughts on the Rangers and Astros. Also, we'll deep dive on the Astros and Rangers ALCS showdown. We'll have former Astros pitcher and current radio analyst Steve Sparks to talk the Astros side of this thing at 8:30, and former Texas Ranger Jeff Fry will be with us in the 9 o'clock hour to get the Ranger side, and it's going to be a fun series and a fun week. Hopefully it goes 7 games, Rod. Hopefully we go 7 games on this bad boy.
We'd love to go deep into. I think it will. It's very evenly matched. I'd be very surprised if it's a lopsided series.
Agreed.
I say that, but there have already been some surprises in the playoffs.
Holy
so far.
cow. Holy cow.
We say that, and then the playoffs, that's how baseball go. Don't make you look stupid.
We'll also preview a great weekend of college football, 4 or 5 ranked matchups. A wild one last night to start the week.
Oh, that was homework. That was good homework.
That was good homework. I can't wait to hear it as Houston and West Virginia got into a bit of a shootout in the Big 12 last night. What a wild finish that was. NFL got going last night. Ugly game on a windy night in Kansas City to start Week 6.
Got a lot to get into.
NFL, lot to get into there,
before we get started, let me, as always, let us give a shout-out to those who serve. We do it every morning, and it's actually an honor for us to do it. And we know it's an honor and a burden to serve our society built on the selflessness of service for all those who do it in any capacity. God, country, our community, we appreciate you and want to make sure we give you a shout-out each and every morning. Soldiers, first responders, teachers, nurses, officers of the law, waste management, all y'all out there in every capacity. We can't name you all, but we appreciate you.
Yeah, by full force, Hook 'em Up, shout out every single morning. We appreciate it very, very much for those who do choose to serve and serve our community and all the communities where you tune in. We appreciate it very much. All right, so a lot going on. Ty Henderson is through the glass. Let's start with the headlines, get you caught up. It's a busy, busy news desk on a Friday morning. Top Gun, Rentals, and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. Start with the Major League Baseball playoffs, and yeah, the upsets just keep on rolling and coming in. Philadelphia last night, Nick Castellanos hit 2 home runs for the second straight night. 6 Phillies pitchers combined to once again shut down that high-powered Atlanta Braves offense. Philly takes the game 3-1 last night. The series 3-1, and they knocked the 100-plus win Braves out of the playoffs for the second straight year in the divisional round. They will now face the Arizona Diamondbacks in the NLCS starting Monday night. In the American League, of course, the defending champion Astros will battle the Texas Rangers in an all-Texas best-of-7. That one starts on Sunday night. The 3 100-win teams in Major League Baseball all out at this point, not into the Final Four. College football, absolutely wild Big 12 matchup down in Houston last night. Hope you got to tune in for that one. Dana Holgerson's Houston Cougars were firmly in control, leading the West Virginia Mountaineers, his former school, 35-24 with less than 4 minutes to go. But the Mountaineers rallied. 15 straight points, including a 50-yard touchdown strike from their quarterback Garrett Green to Hudson Clement with 12 seconds remaining. That gave them a 39-35 lead. Houston had a chance for 2 plays, 1 quick pass, and then one more from Donovan Smith from midfield.
Back to pass. Donovan Smith. Smith steps up in the pocket, unloads it, throws it all the way downfield into the end zone. Tipped, and it is caught! Caught by the Cougars! Caught for a touchdown! Unbelievable! Caught by Stephon Johnson! The ball was tipped up in the air, and the Cougars win the game on the final play! Unreal!
41-39 final. The Hail Mary heave and snag gives the Cougars their first conference victory as a member of the Big 12 Conference. They're now 3-3 on the year. They will host the Texas Longhorns next Saturday afternoon down there in Houston. West Virginia falls to 4-2. Also last night, SMU rolled past East Carolina 31-10. Week 6 in the NFL kicked off last night in KC, where Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs defense led Kansas City to a 19-8 victory over the Denver Broncos on Thursday Night Football. Patrick Mahomes threw for a season-high 306 yards and a touchdown. 124 of those yards went to Travis Kelce. Yes, with Taylor Swift looking on from a suite. Kansas City's defense, meanwhile, held Russell Wilson and the Broncos to 195 total yards, just 82 through the air. They improved to 5-1. Denver's 1-5. KC has now beaten Denver 16 consecutive times. Full NFL Week 6 slate will kick off early Sunday with another kickoff from London. Ravens and Titans from across the pond. Houston Texans will host the New Orleans Saints at noon on Sunday. Only game on the card on Sunday featuring 2 teams with winning records. A Sunday afternoon in Tampa. Baker Mayfield and the Bucs hosting the Detroit Lions. Dallas Cowboys will wrap up Week 6 on Monday night. Monday Night Football facing the Chargers in L.A. Yesterday, by the way, the Cowboys officially put their starting linebacker Leighton Vander Esch on injured reserve with that neck injury. Defensive coordinator Dan Quinn said earlier this week that Micah Parsons could see more time at linebacker if Vander Esch is out an extended period of time. In high school football last night, Vandergrift Vipers, you heard it right here on the horn, improved to a dominant 7-0. They roll past Round Rock 45-3. Also last night, Pflugerville Weiss rolled past Bryan 42-13.
Travis Kelce showing off for his girlfriend. Led the Chiefs in targets, receptions, receiving yards. He has the most receiving yards. That was Kelce's most receiving yards in the game in 2023. Second career game with 100-plus receiving yards in the first half. Got there early. And Week 6 was his 6th career game versus Denver with 100-plus receiving yards. He always likes to show out against Denver. So, yeah, got to make sure Taylor Swift got shown a lot. You got to make sure so that people don't complain about it. You got to make sure Travis Kelce's balling. That way, every time he gets a catch, he gets a target, boom, we can show her. Yeah, you go.
Pop the camera, yeah.
There you go. That people who believe in the script.
You know who wasn't showing off last night? Russell Wilson was not showing off for Sierra. That was not good. That was not a show-off performance on a windy night in KC.
Yeah.
That was ugly. 16 straight now. Broncos have lost to the Chiefs in their own division. That's an astounding number.
Yeah. Chiefs own the division.
Chiefs own the division, and they certainly own the Denver Broncos. And Sean Payton's first year not going well in Denver. But yeah, wild night, man. That game was I was trying to keep up with all of it. Got the baseball going on, and got the Houston Cougars with the crazy.
That was
finish.
A nice game. That was nice. That was a good game. I'm gonna lie, that was a good game.
I mean, and Houston went from blowing it in a big way to go coughing up a double-digit lead in the last 4 minutes. Terrible defense, and then all of a sudden they went on a Hail Mary. Oh, man.
Well, it was a shootout.
Oh, yeah. It was,
they were going
like 9 lead changes.
Yeah, in the second half, they just went back and forth, and it was good for Longhorn fans to watch because obviously you play U of H next, and then West Virginia was kind of the sneaky sleeper surprise team in the Big 12, and they get upset their first conference loss because, yeah, you're right, U of H with a Hail Mary. I love this stat. This is how unlikely that Hail Mary was. It was the third FBS game in the last 25 years to feature 2 go-ahead touchdowns in the final 12 seconds of the fourth quarter. Final 12 seconds of the fourth quarter. It really, that was great. I thought U of H, we'll get into this a little bit going behind the Burn-Ons curtain, just the observations, because you got to play U of H next. They looked like they were the better team. West Virginia is doing it, with all defense and smoke and mirrors. Because even Garrett Green, their quarterback, he can run a little bit, but he's inefficient. He's just gritty. Reminds me of kind of that Wyoming quarterback that didn't play.
Yes.
This is kind of gritty. He's better than that.
Andrew Peasley.
Yeah, he's better than Peasley, but he's not highly efficient in the passing game, and he's a running quarterback. He can present some problems as a dual threat, but is he truly a dual threat when he's not that efficient as a passer? Yeah. He can make some plays with his arm, but I think mostly it's the defense. You've been talking about it. That's how West Virginia's winning. Ball control and defense. That's how they're winning games. And
they
against,
didn't want to be in a shootout.
Yes, exactly. U of H put them in the shootout.
You know, I was thinking about it when they threw the Hail Mary, because we had talked yesterday in our last hour. Every Thursday at 10:20, we talked to Drew Sanders, the head coach of the undefeated and state-ranked Vandergrift Vipers. And we were talking about coaches who steal plays, right? All coaches watch other games or watch film, and they steal plays that they see or formations that they like. And Drew was telling us that he actually, right after when Texas threw the Hail Mary against Oklahoma last Saturday at the Cotton Bowl, and was the last play of the game, he had never seen a team line all the 6 defenders up on the goal line, essentially.
Yep.
Back in the end zone, knowing the Hail Mary was coming, and then 5 on the defensive line, and they all rushed. So you had a 5-man rush, and it really didn't give Quinn Ewers a lot of time because they came hard, and normally you'll rush 2 or 3 and drop everybody else, put some guys in the intermediate. They brought 5, and it made it difficult for Quinn to get the ball off. And they had a play, I think, drawn up very similar to what Houston did last night. If you watched last night, Houston came with a 3-man rush. They dropped everybody else into the end zone, and they didn't pressure Donovan Smith at all. He rolled to his left, had time to set up, and really put some good arc on the ball, and really hit his target.
He did.
I mean, he threw it right where he wanted to, and tipped it back, and here comes number 12, and he's right there, and a little tip drill. West Virginia tried to knock it down, but that's exactly what Texas was trying to do last Saturday, Rod, with like J.T. Sanders and A.D. Mitchell and Tall. He just didn't have time. Drew Sanders no, I love that. I put that into I came to our coaches meeting on Sunday, and we installed that into our defense for Hail Mary plays.
Sooner front or something like that.
Yeah.
No, but I think
Victory Sooner or something.
Yeah, it's a smart way to go about it. I mean, you can devote numbers to the coverage, or you can try to devote numbers to the rush. And it makes sense to devote numbers to the rush because devoting numbers to the coverage, everybody's trying to tip the ball, which means the probability of chaos happening are really high.
You knock each other around.
Right? You knock each other around. The ball, they're trying to tip the ball up, and you're trying to knock it down. Anything could happen. The pass rush gets there. At least you can negate the accuracy aspect of it. You can force him to have to get the football
it's a
long
developing play, right? The receiver's got to run 50 yards.
He might throw it, but it might be way, way off. So I'm with you. I think it's pretty smart. Just a different way of thinking about that Hail Mary,
well, again,
defending it.
Those receivers got to go 50 yards, so he's got to have a little bit of time, right? Yep. It's got to develop, and if you don't give it time to develop, it's a smart thing. Now, you were a defensive back. I'm sure you defended a lot of Hail Mary plays. It's got to be pretty violent back there in that end zone sometimes.
Yeah, you just devote. It's basically no different than basketball. The reason the defense likes to have numbers in the back end because they want to put a defender on everybody. All right, so one defender like on a bite, and you're boxing out basically. All right, boxing out that defender, and then put at least one, and I would say probably 2 different defenders who are just free, who don't have to defend any man, and they can play the ball. Yeah. So you got 2 defenders playing the ball, and then every man is accounted for. Every offensive skill player is accounted for. That's what you would like ideally, and then you can almost outnumber them 2-1. But they chose a different route. They chose to rush, and I'm not sure how they had 4 guys on the route, so they're still pretty close to winning the numbers advantage there.
Yeah, well, wild game. Yeah. Houston now has posted a win in Big 12 play. They hadn't won one yet, and now they have a W as a member of the Big 12 Conference. West Virginia, that does us a favor, obviously, for the Longhorns. We kind of knew that West Virginia was not going to run the table here.
No.
It kind of felt like it was just a conversation, but they were a team that, had they continued to win, the Longhorns would have to worry about, because the Longhorns would like to control their own destiny when they start playing again next Saturday, win out and get themselves back to the Big 12 championship. That's a Big 12 loss now for West Virginia.
From watching them, that was not going to happen. Their defense is the identity of their team, but their quarterback plays winning football. Not going to say he's a good quarterback, but Garrett Green, I believe is his name.
Garrett Green, yeah.
Yeah, he plays winning football, though. Like, he's gritty, and he helps
391 yards last night.
Yeah, helps move the chains. Well, it was a shootout.
It was
they were just it was just a shootout. Oh, U of H's defense is not
good.
It's not great. So I'm not saying like he's a scrub or anything like that. No, not at all. But I think against Texas defense, he would have some problems. Or against even against Oklahoma's defense, you got to go on the road and play Oklahoma. We'll see how he performs against better defenses than U of H. But nobody in the Big 12 is playing great defense other than those three teams. I mean, that's just Texas, Oklahoma, and West Virginia.
9 lead changes in the game, Rod. 9.
Oh, no, it was an exciting game.
9 times and 4 times in the last 2 minutes.
There was a second half. Both teams figured something out. Their second half adjustments were amazing. The first half was just relatively. I mean, there was some scoring, but it was seemingly quiet. But man, that second half, it just blew up. It was unbelievable.
Hey, Ty Henderson, you had the Broncos covering the 10.5.
Yeah, that was rough.
Another half-point hook loss. Vegas knows, right?
2 for 3, though.
2 for 3. So the line was 10.5, and they Broncos Chiefs won by 11. Right?
They had a chance at the end.
Chiefs won by 11. They kicked the field goal.
Barely.
How about Harrison Butker
close.
with a 60-yard field goal last night? 60-yard bomber.
Your thought process was on, though. You were right, Ty. It was going to be a lot closer than that because it was for most of the game until they scored at the end.
Well, the Broncos just never
field goal.
Could move the ball, and the Chiefs have the Texas Longhorns problem. They're not very good in the red zone right now. Their red zone offense is struggling, like the Longhorns.
A lot of teams. Cowboys are
struggling in the red zone. Yeah, the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes, man. Everyone mugs up on Travis Kelce as much as they can. They don't really run the ball that well. And Kadarius Toney caught the only touchdown pass last night in a 19-8 kind of sloppy game with all the wind. But either way, red zone a problem right now. You know who doesn't have a problem with the red zone? The 49ers. They don't have a problem. They just
don't
roll.
have a problem anywhere on the field.
I know, right? It's unbelievable.
They don't have a problem anywhere on the field. Not at all.
Yeah, so that was the night. And I was locked in on the baseball with Nick Castellanos blasting a couple of home runs. Phillies beat the Braves. And now you can expect the full-throated argument to come from – because remember, these are the big markets, too, where the teams are out. The Dodgers – we'll ask Gene Watson about this next hour, but Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, is defending. Remember, this is only year 2 of the new playoff system.
Saying give it some time.
And said give it some time. But at the end of the day, I was watching part of the interruption yesterday, Michael Wilbon and Kornheiser. And Wilbon's in this full rant about this system's no good, it's failing. And I'm like, who failed is you go look at the top 4 vote getters for National League MVP. It's Ronald Acuna, Matt Olson, Freddie Freeman, and Mookie Betts. Those 4 guys did squat in these playoffs. I mean, in the Dodgers series, their 2 best players, Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts, had 1 hit. 1 hit, and their team ERA was 6 or whatever. In the Braves, you have to give. It's not. They're calling it like a fluke, and I'm like, that's not a fluke. Your best players, your highest paid players, have to perform. Period.
Is he just saying, though, that the rest factor, the fact they get so much time off, that is really,
he's upset that they've added
hurting the guy's game?
There's too many teams, which creates a bit of randomness. That there used to just be 4 teams in the playoffs when it would begin. Then it became 6 or 8 teams in the playoffs. I mean, it's just like
everybody's expanding the playoffs, though. Every league has expanded
TV networks want playoff games.
Yeah, that argument seems like a foolhardy one.
Yeah,
but if he wants to argue about the rest factor, that the teams that get the time and that's the rest, you can say that, but still, that's something you can change.
It's up to your team and your organization to keep you sharp, and you for yourself to stay sharp during the break. It is an advantage to get off your feet. It is an advantage to get your pitching staff some rest and get locked in. But your best players have to perform this time of year, Rod, in any sport. Your best players have to come to the front. And the Atlanta Braves with that loaded lineup, their best players didn't performed in that series where the Phillies pitchers and the Nick Castellanos and Bryce Harper. Those guys stood up and made, put big hits on the board, and they hit a bunch of home runs. Diamondbacks did the same. You can't blame the system when the best players on these teams didn't get it done. I don't really get I guess I could see questioning it and looking into it, but I don't see the passionate, this is bad, baseball's failing the game, that kind of stuff. That's silly. That's silly. You just got to perform. The best players didn't perform in those series, period.
I think you should study it over obviously a much larger sample size, but the NFL changes their rules every year.
Sure.
They change stuff all the time. You can always just change it. It's not that big. If you find out the experiment doesn't work and that it's not getting the results you wanted, you can change it. And I think Rob Manfred has shown that he's open, right, to evolving the game. So I think if they find out it's not working, but it will work just because people want to see more playoff baseball. They want to see an expanded playoffs. And I'm with you. I don't know if the time off for the higher seeded teams or whatever, the teams that get those buys, I don't know if that is going to give you conclusive evidence that the system is what is the reason why that they didn't succeed and excel in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a reward. I mean, I'm fine with exploring, making it better. Look, I would even be for, some have said scale the system, the regular season back to 154 games, not
That's
162.
a great idea.
And then make these best of 7 series, not best of 5.
That's a great idea.
And the TV network would want it. It obviously would give the better team the advantage to have
more games
than fewer. I'm okay with discussing that. But man, don't just throw it out. I mean, your highest paid best players have to perform in the clutch. As someone who grew up a Houston Astros fan, Rod, and watched the Killer Bees, Craig Biggio and Jeff Bagwell and those guys not get it done in the postseason over and over and over again, you don't blame the system, right? And yes, they were going up against the Braves pitching staff and really good pitching, but you're going to face good pitching in the postseason, and those guys have to perform. And that's why if you're a Ranger fan, you're like, hell yeah. Corey Seager and Marcus Semien and all these guys stepped up. Yordan Alvarez and the Astros, clutch performances. That's how you – and, the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies said after they won again how they knocked the Braves out back-to-back years, the 100-plus win Braves, he said, our team is built for series. We're not worried about winning 100 games.
Yeah.
All we got to do is make the tournament. We're built. Our mindset is built for playoff baseball.
Yep.
And – clearly, right now, the Braves aren't. Braves are built to bash you and taking. Let's be fair. When you're putting up those numbers, a lot of times you're doing that against bad pitching in your league over the course of 162 games. In the playoffs, you don't face bad pitchers. You're facing the best, and you got to perform. And I don't want to hear about the game failed. The system is failing. These teams. That's not. Come on. You got to show up and play.
Got to show up and play. No doubt.
Show up and play, Rod.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I do think it's worth exploring, though, and studying and researching whether there's a pattern that develops or a trend that develops with the.
It's only year 2.
Higher C, exactly. Over sample size, I think it's worth exploring.
I actually like it. I think this week in baseball, last week with the wild card round, I think it's been excellent, and that's what the TV networks want, Rod. The TV show of baseball, they want more important postseason games and less regular season games. That yes, it's the marathon that becomes the sprint, but at the same time, to win a championship, you have to perform under the biggest of lights.
Yeah, but every league's doing it.
That's right.
Every league is expanding their playoffs because they understand.
College football's gonna have 12 next year.
Yeah, the new entertainment ecosystem demands it. It demands less of the regular season, which is the product that people care less about. Well, not the NFL, but for most of these leagues, their regular season, people care less about that, and they want the urgency. They want the games that matter and the games that count. That's your playoffs. That's why every league across, I don't even know, has MLS done it? I think every league, pretty much, professional league has expanded their postseason.
The NBA is going to have an in-season tournament this year.
Because they know their regular season doesn't matter. They're like, we got to do something. Nobody cares about our regular season.
Come December, we're going to be having an NBA in-season tournament for a trophy.
Yeah.
During the season, to try to create some focus and some, hey, these are important games too, when it's not really, but at the same time, yes, that's your point. I love it. The entertainment ecosystem that you have to perform in, and your best players have to perform in the biggest moments. You know that when the season begins, whether you win 88 games or 104 games, it doesn't matter. It's been for time and forever. Your best players have to play well in the biggest moments in every sport. All right, let's pick that up. We'll have that debate. Also, Rod takes us behind the burnt orange curtain. He did get to see Houston last night, as we all did. What'd you take? The mental notes, Houston, the Longhorns' next opponent. Also, Longhorn coaches are going to spend the weekend recruiting. We'll tell you where they're headed, the big targets. Also, some Just the Facts on this Friday morning. It's a football Friday into a big weekend. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Friday on the Horn, hook 'em up. What a weekend on tap. No Texas football, but boy, plenty else. ACL Fest Round 2 kicking off tonight. Hopefully Kendrick Lamar can make it for his full set. Then have plane issues like he did last Friday night.
Come on, with the PJ, with the private jet?
Yeah,
Come on, man.
Temperatures approaching 90 today, but then in the 80s and into the 70s on Sunday. So fall-like conditions on this Friday the 13th. Rod, are you superstitious? You into the Friday the 13th thing deal?
Is it bad luck or what's happening? Just weird, just strange things?
Yeah, you know the movie.
Well, I know the movie, but like,
trilogies
why is it a bad omen for me? Like I'm fast. I never gave a damn about Jason. Jason used to walk. He ain't catching me. He gonna catch y'all.
Isn't he a shapeshifter though? He's in your dreams.
Who Jason? That's Freddy Krueger stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I
talking
will
about
say
the dreams. That's Freddy Krueger. I was a little bit more afraid of Freddy Krueger because he was able to come in your dreams and take over. But then you found out that in your dreams you could also make yourself superhuman, and then you could beat Freddy in your dreams because then you could become cooler and more powerful than Freddy. Jason never really scared me because he would just walk. I didn't understand how he could walk and catch and murder people in the forest. First of all, Robbie ain't gonna be in the forest. So number one, I'm not hanging out in the forest in the cabin or something like that. Now, when he went to New York City and he went to different stuff like that, that's different. Has he been to Vegas? I don't know. But I'm just saying, Jason ain't catching me. I was too fast, so I never was scared of Jason.
I, as a white kid in the suburbs growing up in the 80s, I saw it was always the black guy that got killed first.
I know. Why are you there? Why are you? Because you out there in the woods.
What are you doing?
And again, you shouldn't even be there. That's why you got killed first.
Black guy always got killed first.
It's damn
movies,
shame.
slasher
Right.
movies.
No,
I was
right.
like, what was that for?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, no, we know
But the black guy's the only one that's usually skeptical at the beginning too.
And now they kind of mock that. But you're right. It's very few black guys that have survived. I think like how many black guys have survived like in the horror movies? I want to say there've been a few. Like Samuel L. Jackson, I think, survived one.
Okay.
Very few, but you're right. Most of them get killed early on. That's why you shouldn't be there.
The guy in Walking Dead, this TV show.
Oh, there's a brother that survived there?
I think he's still. Well, I think that show's still going on. I stopped watching it like a while ago, but I'm pretty sure he's still in it.
That's crazy. Yeah. Let's say I'm not into. So Friday 13 doesn't really scare me that much.
I think it's more about the bad luck.
It's a bad luck
it's the
thing,
bad
right?
luck thing more than anything.
So I do good luck stuff, like stuff am I supposed to try to look for a 4-leaf clover?
You don't got your rabbit foot?
Rabbit foot, yeah.
I don't think we'd even realize
try
it
to
if people
counter
like
this.
me didn't mention it. You know what I mean? It's a Friday the 13th. Of course, the unlucky number 13. You know, a lot of hotels don't have a 13th floor. A lot of skyscraper buildings
That's
that are
true.
that tall.
That's kind of cool,
It's
actually.
a bad luck deal.
Yeah.
Now that's
superstitious.
That's
but
superstition. And
it's baseball playoffs though, and there's no sport that's more superstitious than baseball.
That's true. There is an actual scientific event tomorrow, Rod. The solar eclipse is coming tomorrow. Solar eclipse.
I love that.
If you're into it's the Ring of Fire eclipse. If you're into astronomy and eclipses and things of that nature, that's going to be rolling through from Oregon to Texas. We'll get a full look at it tomorrow about 11:15, I believe.
Get the right glasses, guys. Don't just be staring at
11:15.
There's some glass, like specific eyewear you need to be wearing to be staring at the astronomical
Can you look
event.
at it and not stare at it without glasses? So I don't foresee myself going to get glasses.
You can glance at it. Don't stare.
Yeah, don't stare.
You got to do one of those things.
Yeah. Just go. I think you can buy the glass for like $2 or something. I don't know. Make sure
Just put on some sunglasses. I think you'll be okay.
Yeah.
I think you'll be okay. But don't quote me on that.
Yeah, don't stare at
Don't
it
come
with
yelling at me if you're wrong.
with your naked eyeballs. Don't go naked eyes with it.
Don't do it. Also, we'll get some facts before the top of the hour. What the Facts segment, 1 hour from now. Our baseball insider, Gene Watson, will be with us to preview the LCSs, including the showdown between the Rangers and the Astros.
Showdown.
Looking forward to that. Also, if you're a hockey fan, Texas Stars season opens tonight. Looking for some hockey. Got hockey, music, football, high school football, everything tonight and this weekend. Then an unbelievable baseball series starts on Sunday night.
That's nice.
Cowboys wrap up the NFL weekend Monday night. Very important game for the Cowboys. We'll talk about a lot on Monday, Rod. Very
we're
important
gonna get
game
into this, man. It's huge.
because Monday is
It's huge
for their mental state. How demoralizing was that loss, or can they put it past them? Because they lose and fall to 3-3, lose Monday night to a Charger team off their bye week.
Well, and to Kellen Moore. Don't forget
to Kellen Moore.
Jerry Jones there's some losses he takes more personal than others. He's admitted he's cried during after four losses for the Cowboys. One was when they lost to the Texans. Remember that inaugural season for the Texans? He admitted he cried after that one. One
Texans'
was
first ever game.
Yes, and he said he cried after that. He admitted that he cried after I believe it was the loss to San Fran when they won the championship that year, and I think they ended up getting Dion the next year as a result of that. He's always cried after a few losses. You can go look it up. If they lose to the Chargers, you might be able to bring on some Jerry Jones tears. You might be able to trigger some tears.
And if Kellen Moore's offense balls out against that Cowboys defense, it's now without Leighton Vander Esch and without Trayvon Diggs. It's taking injuries now, and obviously don't think for a second Kellen Moore hasn't stayed up late and worked long hours to try to come up with some good stuff.
They had a bye week, right?
I know, they had a bye week.
Yeah, and remember the stat I gave you last week? I know we got to get to Bernard's Curtain. Oh, remember that stat I gave you last month, earlier this year, when we talked about the 49ers and the hangover effect after playing the Niners. Last season, it was the first time in NFL history that every opponent of an NFL team lost their game the next week, regardless of whether they won or lost. Versus the 49ers, the opposing team lost their next game. It was a hangover effect. I believe this year, the opponents of the 49ers are already 1-4 the next week.
They beat you up.
They just pound you, man. It's like I said, it's like a heavyweight fight. It takes you a while to recover. It takes you 2 weeks to recover. So look at that too. And the Cowboys are banged up.
Cowboys are banged up.
Banged up, man.
All right, that game coming Monday. Texans play the Saints on Sunday afternoon. We'll preview Week 6 coming up. Also make our picks in college football. There are 4 or 5 really big matchups, including Washington and Oregon from Seattle. That's a huge game in college football. Right now, though, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain.
All right, I want to talk about U of H a little bit, so we'll get to it. If not in this session of Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, then we'll get to it in another one. But did you guys see the Xavier Worthy response to Danny Stutzman's new T-shirt that he was promoting?
Yeah, Danny Stutzman, the linebacker of Oklahoma, has become kind of a phenomenon.
Oh, yeah, he's a folk hero now. Because he put out, basically, in his speech, if you saw the video that they put out, it's like a 7-minute hype video showing, footage from game day. He said, Oklahoma only fears God, Texas fears Oklahoma. And they've made T-shirts as a result because they're a big win. And I'm sure the T-shirts are selling like hotcakes, part of an NIL deal he's got. And Coach Venables taking pictures with it and all that kind of stuff. So they put out I think a post on Instagram or on social media of Stutzman and Brett Venables in the shirt and showing off the logo and showing off the actual slogan, the saying, and everything like that. And Xavier Worthy, he took it to Instagram, and his reply to it on social media was 2 laughing emojis. He said, "You would think MFs just won the Natty."
Just won the Natty.
You would think MFs just won the Natty.
Oh,
now,
man.
and it's a funny comment.
They need to play again.
It's weird. No, I can't wait. But first of all, I love the petty. We talk about this all the time. Got to bring the petty to the sports. More and more petty. It's good. It's good for the sports. Hypes it up. Gives a lot of build up and drama.
To highlight the petty.
Yes, it does.
The downfall of society helps you to get it out there.
No question. In fact, we wouldn't have the petty without social media.
I have seen a lot of neutral people on Twitter posting gifs of, like, remember when the Timberwolves won the play-in game and Patrick Beverly got up on the scores table and acted and they were like, yeah. It was like crying, like getting carried out. It seemed like when Oklahoma beats Texas. Like,
no, but I think you're right. But that's why they played like that. They played like that. Texas' big game this year was Bama. Oklahoma's big game was Texas.
Well,
and Texas, and by the way, Texas played Bama like that, and Oklahoma played Texas like that.
You can't knock them for it.
You can't, exactly.
Well, look, I mean,
they obsessed about it all offseason, and it's pretty obvious. Not only the coaches obsessed about it, but the players. And I've talked to several former players for Oklahoma who do media up there now, and they were like, "Oh no, man, it was the mantra. It was all they talked about all offseason long." And he said most people up there thought, "Man, they're leading themselves up for a disappointment. It's going to be a disappointment if they end up no showing in that game or getting blown out." Not only they, show up, they showed out and showed up and won that game, and now they believe they got all the momentum. But this was their Super Bowl. This was their big game of the year.
To the play-in game argument, that's going to be Brett Venables' biggest challenge now is keeping them up, right?
Because
they have the tougher schedule the rest of the way. They got to go to BYU. They've got to go to Stillwater. That's a big game. That's going to be the game for Oklahoma State that is like that, right? That's the last matchup with the Sooners.
That's true, but I will say they have dominated. That's not even a rivalry anymore. They have dominated. Mike Gundy's a hell of a coach.
They just have to stay focused.
But
keep
it don't matter
track.
who's coaching Oklahoma. Mike Gundy can't beat him. It don't matter who it is. They just can't do it. I don't know how. They can't do it.
That's coming up before the end of this month, I believe. I got to look at the schedule.
Yeah,
but that'll be the challenge for OU is to keep up because you're right. That when we talked about Brett Venables, they did any drill they did was 49, right? Mm-hmm. They would do 49 medicine balls. They do 49, just for the number 49-0 from a year ago. So yeah, that has been their singular focus. They handled it. And now they have to handle the rest of their season, both Texas and Oklahoma, with weeks off now.
Yeah, but that's why the Bama game for Texas, it was so crucial, right? Because it was a confirmation game as well for all the guys that if we can beat Bama, that means everything's working.
Yeah.
If we could go into Tuscaloosa and beat Bama, that would mean the development's working, the coaching strategies are working. That would mean that all the off-season work that we put in, and then the guys can almost recommit themselves, right, to the cause with an even more, more dedication and even, more energy, because they would now have this win against Alabama to confirm that it all works. You should listen to your coaches even more. You should work even harder. You should stay even longer. You should watch even more film. And I think for Oklahoma, this was their version of that. Guys, it's all working. See, we told you. If you just believe in the coaches, if you just work hard, you just do these things, that you check all these boxes, that boom, all of your goals, all right, can be achieved. And that's why Oklahoma, now they believe. I think after that Bama game, that's when Texas truly believed, oh no, we actually believe that we can be one of the best teams in the country. Oklahoma believes that now. This was their version of that.
Correct. And then Texas just found out that if you don't handle your business and you shoot yourself in the foot up and down the field, you can still almost win, but you also could lose. And that's what them, because we know the Longhorns played about a C-level game in that game, maybe C-.
Exactly.
OU played an A+, and we're still trailing with a minute to go. But that's football. Looking forward to a rematch if we can get that in about 2 months.
I think looking at the Big 12, and we'll go to this U of H West Virginia game a little bit, and what concerns me, something went horribly wrong if Texas is not playing Oklahoma in that Big 12 title game. Something went horribly. I'm not gonna wood because I don't want anything to happen, but something went horribly wrong, and Sark's gonna be on the hot seat if that doesn't happen, because the Big 12 is so down. Yeah, we talked to Mike Craven yesterday from your Eyes on Texas.
Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Yep.
Yeah, and he even agreed. He agreed. I talked to Bobby Burden about. I've been asking everybody who has followed Big 12 football and the football in the state of Texas, college football in the state of Texas. When's the last time you remember the Big 12 being this down? Take Texas and Oklahoma out of it. And everybody pretty much says, yeah, they're historically down.
And think about it.
Historically down. And it's because they don't have quarterbacks, E. That's why the Pac-12 is so up. Because they have so many great quarterbacks.
And look, I think there's no question about the quarterbacks, but at the same time, your last 3 conference champions are bad. Like Baylor's bad. Oklahoma State was in that conference championship game 2 years ago. They're bad. TCU is not good this year. I mean, these are the teams that were winning your conference championship and playing for it. And
they should have gotten bumps in that year.
Yeah, they should have bumped up from that.
Recruiting and everything.
I mean, Dave Aranda's let it collapse in Baylor. Oklahoma State seems to be a mess, even though they did get a big win over K-State last Friday. But these are the teams that were, the surprise teams, the teams that were on the rise, and now they've kind of slid back to where their expectation. Texas and Oklahoma are the teams that are rising, and obviously as they're headed out of this conference. But yeah, the Big 12 is down. Texas will be a double-digit favorite every game the rest of the way.
I'm with you. Like I said, it's something. Like I said, if they don't make it to that Big 12 title game, something went horribly wrong. It really did for Texas. Also, since we're updating on the Danny Stutzman thing, remember the story about the tattoos? They were fake tattoos.
Yeah, Stutzman's tattoo. They were
the 2 linebackers that got the tattoos on their leg. They were fake.
They were fake.
They were trolling everybody.
Not permanent.
They were trolling everybody. So actually, I'm happy for those young men, because I was like, Danny Stutzman's too good of a player to be that stupid. Right? It's like, dude, don't be that stupid, but good for them. Okay, so let's. Oh, by the way, before we get to, and we might jump into previewing, because we got plenty of time to preview U of H. So I may get into what I saw a little bit later on. Let's hit this Jake Majors story just really quickly. Because there's a report coming out of I believe it's Horns 24/7 that Jake Majors may miss Chip Brown. I mean, Chip Brown is
high ankle sprain,
pretty reliable. He's saying that Jake Majors could miss extended time with the high ankle sprains. He's saying somewhere, and I had a high ankle sprain my sophomore spring. Man, it's brutal. And I missed the entire spring, basically, with that thing. And he said he's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks.
And high ankle, I've had it too, Rod. It's kind of above your ankle.
Oh,
it's kind of below your shin, above your ankle.
Brutal.
You'd almost have to be broken, and you can put a cast on it.
Feels like that sometimes. Yeah, you're basically out of commission.
Low ankle sprains heal quicker, and that's kind of down below your ankle.
And you can operate with those, just taping them up, different things, but not a high ankle sprain. Can't do anything.
Especially for a center, a 300-pounder.
Can't put any power.
The good news on that, if there is any, is that Cole Hudson should be healthy to go against Houston. He would slide to center, and you would have DJ Campbell, who's been playing right guard, at right guard. But the offensive line has been pretty good this year, but if they have had issues, it's on the interior. It's been those guys in the middle. And, this week specifically in that 4th and goal, 3rd and goal. I mean that's where they didn't get push, but they did have a third-string center in there, a freshman in Connor Robertson. Should have Cole Hudson coming back, and he would be the backup center for the Houston game. So obviously we'll learn more from Sark next week when we get an update on all those injured players. All right, good stuff. Coming back behind the burnt orange curtain, we're going to go what the facts, including if you're going to make some wagers this weekend, Rod, you're going to gamble a little bit while you're not watching your Longhorns. I got some facts that you need to know. Got to have them. These are good.
Let's do it.
Also, a kindergarten teacher who had to resign, Rod.
Hold up. Is this an OnlyFans thing?
No, not OnlyFans. Not OnlyFans.
It's an OnlyFans thing again?
No, different. We got it for you coming up in What the Facts. It's a free fall football Friday on Hook 'em Up. Oh, man, the Creed is on. The Creed is out. Ty's rooting for his Texas Rangers. We have to solidify our bet. You and I, Rod, are on the Astros side of this Lone Star showdown. Ty is on the Rangers side. Probably equally split among our listener base.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Somebody said yesterday, Rod, what if you had to stop saying Go Stros for a period of time if the Astros don't win this series? Go Stros!
It would hurt my heart. I've been doing it every day for years now.
Is that something that could be on the table? Is that negotiable?
Yeah, it is.
You don't do that during the baseball season.
I do
when it's not baseball season.
Yeah.
Because we don't say Astros very often during the non-baseball season.
Yeah. Whenever there's Astros stuff or reference, then I'll give them a Go Stros. But I'm willing to shut that down.
Right, we got to come up with it.
I understand. That's annoying for Rangers fans.
It's because again, it hadn't happened. Astros been in the American League, quite a while now, and it's the first time it's happened that they've hooked up in a playoff series. So when's it going to happen again? This is bragging rights in a big way.
Thing, man.
And obviously, it's a trip to the World Series on the line. You mentioned we will talk with Gene Watson, our baseball insider, next hour. Also, we'll go deep dive on both sides of it. Jeff Fry, the former Ranger, will be with us. Former Astros pitcher and current radio analyst Steve Sparks will be with us from the Astros side at 8:30. So we got guests all morning to preview that. Time for What the Facts, though, Rod.
What the Facts?
If you're making wagers this weekend on college and pro football games.
Ty, listen up here, man.
Here's what you got. I'm not telling you who to take, but I will tell you the best college football teams this season against the spread. Oklahoma, Oregon, and Penn State all 5-0 against the spread this year. They're 5-0 records, but they're 5-0 against the number. And you know what they all three have in common? They can score, but they also play great defense.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon,
right about that.
Penn State, and Oklahoma all in the top 10 in scoring defense. University of Lafayette, Louisiana Lafayette, they're 6-0 against the spread this year. UNLV is 5-0, Rod. Brendan Marion's doing a good job with that go-go offense of his. Remember, he was the wide receivers coach at Texas. He's now the OC there. The worst, I wouldn't put money on Vanderbilt, Illinois, Minnesota, or Georgia.
Yeah,
those teams are all not good against the spread this year. Georgia 1-5 ATS.
Yeah, that's not surprising though, because all their fans are upset they're not winning by enough.
And they're
dominating.
They're probably
opponents.
Overrated a little bit, so they're overfavored, and then they don't score as much as that, and their defense isn't as good as it has been. So they're playing closer games this year in Georgia. So the Minnesota Gophers, the Illinois Fighting Illini, and Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's 0-7 against the spread run.
Not surprising. That's Vanderbilt.
Those are the facts.
They like their academics around there.
And Oregon, I'll remind you, plays Washington this week.
That's going to be a huge game, man. That's the biggest game of the year, and we'll talk about that game later on coming up. I got some stats about it. Speaking of stats, what the facts? How about this? Colorado football's Instagram account surpassed 1 million followers. There's only 3 other schools that have football programs whose Instagram account actually has surpassed 1 million followers: LSU, Bama, and Ohio State. They only had 58,000 before Deion was hired.
58,000?
They had 50. Think about that, guys. They had 58,000 Instagram followers before Deion was hired. Heading into week 7, they have 1 million. And their only college football programs with 1 million Instagram followers are Bama, Ohio State, and LSU. I'm sure Texas might be close. But
dang.
Isn't that wow?
That's unbelievable. The Deion impact.
Added value, man.
We had the Taylor Swift impact again last night on Thursday Night Football.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't much to see in that game. It was boring. We'll reset the game coming up. How about this, Rod? What the facts? This has to go with your guy, Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. They play the Browns this week.
Ooh,
play the Browns.
He used to coach them Browns.
And Deshaun Watson.
Coach Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson is not going to play in this game, but I'll just give you this fact.
Oh, that's ugly.
Kyle Shanahan has faced Jim Schwartz 9 times. Jim Schwartz is the defensive coordinator, but very good defense in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's actually really good.
Shanahan is 1-8 in those matchups, and his offense has scored over 20 points just one time against a Jim Schwartz coached defense, including with the Eagles. He's been a long-time defensive coordinator. Shanahan's been a long-time offensive guy. They're favored. They're probably going to beat Cleveland because Deshaun Watson's not playing. But just a fact, Kyle Shanahan against Jim Schwartz. Shanahan's 1-8. His offense has scored more than 20 points one time.
He knows that, though. And how many times he had Christian McCaffrey in the backfield when he faced him?
I get you. I'm just giving you the fact.
I know. That's a good fact, but
that's the number.
We ain't never seen the offense this complete either. With the quarterback and usually he's got a void at quarterback somewhere because of some injury, and he doesn't have a star running back in that Shanahan zone.
That's all his stuff, right? That goes back to his Atlanta days.
Yeah, so I guess
Washington.
Trust me, he knows. He knows, and I guarantee you he gonna be ready. But you're right.
Well,
that's
here's
good
the
stuff.
thing. Currently, the San Francisco 49ers are a 10-point favorite in Cleveland.
Because they know he knows.
So
he's angry about that.
You might want to take the points and just the Niners are going to win the game.
They are.
But are they going to win by 10 against a very good defense and Myles Garrett coming off the emotional beatdown of the Cowboys? We'll see. Just a number.
No, it's a good. That's a good number. I didn't know that, but like I said, I guarantee he knows. Let's talk about the Kansas City Chiefs real quick and what they did last night. So Patrick Mahomes, how about this? He has won now 80. Basically, when he has won 80 or been within one score in the fourth quarter in 97 of his first 100 NFL starts.
Oh my gosh! Say that again.
So he has won, or he's won in 8. By his way, he's won 80 of these, but he's won or been within one score in the fourth quarter in 97 of his first 100 NFL starts.
It's only 3 times.
Only 3 times has it not been within one score in the fourth quarter with him in a game, and that was, I'll give him to you right now. One was the Super Bowl. Tampa Bay,
yeah.
Against Tampa Bay.
When he had no O-line?
When he had no O-line. And the other one was against Cincinnati here. Got that. Cincinnati. No, sorry. It's Tennessee. At Tennessee was a weird one for him. He lost at Tennessee. And then there's a Buffalo game where they lost 38-20 in 2021.
All right, this is not a laughing factor, matter, Rod, but a kindergarten teacher in Humble, Texas has resigned after she gave her special education students melatonin gummies.
Oh, come on, lady.
Doping her students with melatonin gummies.
Was this done like as a mistake? Is it intentional? Was this deliberate?
Oh, I'm sure. She's trying to calm them down.
Oh, lady, you got to go to jail for a long time. Long time. Oh, yeah.
5-year-old.
Oh, yeah, you going to jail for a long time, lady. You going to jail for a long time, man. Texas, too. Is that Texas? Oh, yeah, you going to jail for a long time.
Humble, Texas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, get them ready.
We'll be back.
Yes.
There's your Just the Facts. You got to have them into your weekend. We'll reset your headlines coming up. Rod will get a rant going. Gene Watson will help us preview Astros Rangers. Looking forward to it. It's a great Friday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Great stuff on a Friday. What a weekend we have on tap. And if you're a Longhorn football fan, which most of you are, it's kind of a good news, bad news. You don't have a Longhorn game, but, man, you can sit back and enjoy some music at ACL Fest. You could just watch college football all day, NFL Sunday, baseball Sunday night. There's so much to do. I saw where Ty Henderson, our producer, you were at a concert last night down at historic Antone's.
I was. It was a good time.
What did you see? Boy Named Banjo?
Yep.
There
One
you go.
of my favorite bands.
Out of Nashville, Tennessee. It's unbelievable if you look at our live music calendar this weekend, Rod, in addition to what's going on at the festival.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's great shows everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's unreal. So, yeah, get on out and enjoy that without Longhorn football. Or you can go up to the hockey game tonight. The Texas Stars open their season. 15th year they've been playing hockey out there at the HEB Center at Cedar Park. Their opener is tonight. Also got high school football, music. It's a good weekend. Baseball, can't wait for Sunday night. All right, Rod, so we're now set with the Final Four in Major League Baseball. Gene Watson will join us bottom of the hour, our baseball insider now. Gino now working with the Chicago White Sox. We'll ask him about that. He's got a new promotion. Left Kansas City to go to the south side of Chicago to help rebuild that organization.
Nice.
Gino will give us the deep dive thoughts on Rangers, Astros, and this Phillies team and the Diamondbacks over in the National League. His thoughts just on the conversation of the week off and the 300-win teams not in this. You know, is this hurting baseball's best teams, this new format, which is in its second year? I'm of the opinion that your best players have to perform in big moments.
Be better.
Be better.
Yes, if you're the best team, be better.
It's hard for me to stomach, well, we had a week off and now we couldn't be our best. Well, come on. You're
exactly.
You got to ball out when it's time. I mean, it's just when the bell rings, you got to go. And, the stat that stands out to me is in the Dodgers and Braves case, the four guys who are going to be the top four vote getters for NL MVP. Ronald Acuna is going to win that. But Matt Olson, his teammate, Freddie Freeman, and Mookie Betts, those guys batted like 100 in these playoffs. I mean, you can't win playoff series if your best players who helped you produce all year long don't produce in these moments. Just can't happen.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, you talk about underperforming on the big stage. That's where your legacy is built as a pro athlete. You know, you actually mock players who have great regular seasons and they can't translate to the postseason.
Well, and Clayton Kershaw is another one of those guys.
Yeah,
he wasn't good either.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah,
he was bombed.
There's no excuse for that. So even if the format may have contributed to it, if you're a big time player, format's no excuse.
You don't blame the format.
I got too much rest.
Well, we don't.
I got too much rest.
The team that gets the bye week in the NFL and has a week off, if they don't perform, we don't say, "Oh, there's the bye week's fault." Come on.
Yeah,
you got to perform.
You got to show up, man.
And that's really the case in those series. The best players didn't, and then the other side, the other guys did step up in a big way. That's what the playoffs are all about. The marathon's over. The sprint is now here, and that'll be the case for the Astros and Rangers. Also, we'll get to Rod's rant coming up this hour. Rod's got some good stuff. What are we ranting about here in about 10 minutes?
I think we're going Dak Prescott and the Cowboys a little bit here. I did some C.J. Stroud stuff yesterday and played the audio of him and how he's kind of a next level quarterback even as a rookie. Dak Prescott and his Cowboys offense, a great piece over by, I think his name is Stephen Ruiz, does good work breaking down some film, and he's got some interesting takes about the Cowboys, and I think the Cowboys may have made a mistake with this Texas Coast offense, and I'll explain that when we get into the rant.
There it is. Let's get the headlines, though, trending topics to get you caught up as you're up and out on a Friday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. Start with Major League Baseball. The playoffs and the upsets just keep coming. Phillies last night. Nick Castellanos hit 2 more home runs. Second straight night he did that. 6 Phillies pitchers combined to once again shut down the high-powered Atlanta offense. Philadelphia takes game 4 3-1. Then they win the series 3-1. Knock out the 100-plus win Braves from the playoffs in the divisional round, second straight year. They're now facing Arizona in the National League Championship Series starting Monday night. In the American League, of course, the Astros will battle the Rangers in that All-Texas Best-of-7 series starting with Game 1 Sunday night. College football, absolutely wild. Big 12 matchup down in Houston last night. Dana Holgerson's Houston Cougars were in control. It was a back-and-forth game all night with West Virginia, but with under 4 minutes to go, the Cougars were up 35-24. Mountaineers, though, rallied for 2 quick touchdowns, 15 straight points, including a 50-yard touchdown strike from their quarterback, Garrett Green, to Hudson Clement with 12 seconds to go, giving them a 39-35 lead. But Houston had 2 plays left. They had a quick pass to get the ball out to midfield after the kickoff, and then 1 play to go. Here's how it sounded.
Back to pass, Donovan Smith. Smith steps up in the pocket, unloads it, throws it all the way downfield into the end zone, tipped, and it is caught by the Cougars, caught for a touchdown, unbelievable, caught by Stephon Johnson, The ball was tipped up in the air, and the Cougars win the game.
They win it. Their first ever Big 12 conference win is a Hail Mary, heave, and snag. They're now 3-3 on the year. They will, of course, host the Longhorns next Saturday. West Virginia falls to 4-2 and take their first conference loss. Also, last night, SMU rolled East Carolina 31-10. Week 6 in the NFL kicked off in Thursday Night Football in Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City defense led the Chiefs to a 19-8 victory. Mahomes threw for 306 yards. That's a season high and a touchdown. 124 of those were to Travis Kelce. Taylor Swift was in the booth watching along. Kansas City's defense, meanwhile, held Russell Wilson and the Broncos to under 200 total yards, just 82 passing yards. They improved to 5-1. The Chiefs do. Denver now 1-5. KC's beaten Denver 16 consecutive times. Dallas Cowboys will wrap up Week 6 Monday Night Football against the Chargers. Yesterday, the Dallas Cowboys officially put their starting linebacker Leighton Vander Esch on injured reserve with that neck injury. He's out at least 4 weeks. Dallas defense coordinator Dan Quinn did say earlier in the week that Micah Parsons could see more time at linebacker if Vander Esch is out for an extended period of time. In high school football last night, the Vandergrift Vipers improved to a dominant 7-0. They beat Round Rock 45-3. Pflugerville Weiss rolled past Bryan 42-13. And in basketball, Big 12 announced its conference's preseason awards and teams yesterday, chosen by the league's coaches. Texas sharpshooting transfer guard Max Asmus was named preseason All-Big 12, while forward Dylan DeSue, junior guard Tyrese Hunter, sophomore forward Dylan Mitchell all received honorable mention.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this weekend for the Cowboys, for Dallas Cowboys fans, because it's a big one, especially for the narrative now following that that disastrous performance and no-show versus the 49ers. You can make the argument that if there's a no-show in this game against the Chargers, somebody could be on the hot seat. You can start that conversation might start.
Well, this game, and it's not till Monday night, obviously. Yeah. It'll wrap up your weekend.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah,
but it's big for the psyche, right?
Yeah.
Can Mike McCarthy get this team back? I mean, they're talking like it was just one loss, but we know how important and how much weight was put into that game and on that game going into it. And to lose 42-10 and just get humbled like that and humiliated on primetime. Typically teams in the NFL, Rod, who get humiliated in primetime bounce back and, have a good performance. There's just a human nature, competitor's nature about that.
You got pride. They're professionals.
And the Chargers very likely can go Chargers, too. I mean, they flop on the big stage quite a lot themselves. But the subplot of Kellen Moore is really intriguing because Kellen Moore is now coordinating the Chargers offense, and they're getting Austin Eckler back, their best player on the offensive side of the ball. He'll be back and healthy at running back for Justin Herbert. So looking forward to that game. We're out to go a deep dive on Dak Prescott coming up. We're also checking out the big stories from last night, that Houston game. Texas should not have much of an issue with Houston. They gave up over 500 yards to West Virginia.
They shouldn't, but I believe Houston can replicate some of the issues and the problems that Oklahoma presented to Texas. Meaning that Donovan Smith is no Dylan Gabriel, but he's operating and processing a lot better in that Dana Holgorsen offense than he was at Tech. Remember at Tech how turnover prone he was? Not against Texas, but he was turnover prone pretty much every time he played. And he's more comfortable now in making better decisions with the football. I like the receiving core of U of H. Their receiving core is pretty nice. Actually, the receiving core concerns me going up against the Texas DBs. I think Texas DBs can hold their own, but those guys are fast. They can make some plays. They got a lot of speed on the outside. They also, I think they can replicate some of the quarterback run game stuff, not completely, but they can put in. Donovan Smith can move around, so they can put in the quarterback draw. They seen it. Texas seen it versus Tech when he was the starting quarterback there. He can pound you with the short yardage quarterback run game as well. So that worries me a little bit. They can go tempo, because it's Dana Holgorsen, it's an air raid offense, so they can go tempo too. That also gave the Texas defense some issues, especially the defensive front. It negated the pass rush, neutralized the Texas pass rush a little bit, so it was less effective and forced a lot of coverage breakdowns now. The up-tempo did, we know that, especially at 2 Benadryl into the half against the Texas defense and a young secondary. So that's also something U of H can try to replicate. And that's one more of the concept that I'm worried about with this Texas defense. I'll probably get into that more in behind the burnt orange curtain that I know U of H can do, and Texas will see a lot of because Oklahoma had great success on it too.
Sure.
And and honestly, Donovan Smith is a starting quarterback. Texas only playing 3 starting quarterbacks this season. that has hurt the development of the defense, because as a defensive coordinator, you troubleshoot problems and issues on your defense week to week based on what problems are presented and what's exposed week to week. You go solve that problem. Coaches are just problem solvers. Go solve the problem. A lot of the problems that were presented versus Oklahoma, the first real starting quarterback they've seen all year, I think would have been exposed earlier, and the coaches would have had better solutions to those problems, or they would have built in fail-safes within the defense had they been exposed earlier. But I think there was a false confidence about the Texas defense heading into the Oklahoma game. It's still a really good defense, but we thought they may be borderline elite.
Yeah.
And I don't know they're borderline elite. It's just good to great.
Well, we'll get an update from Sark next week on the availability of Ryan Watts at corner and Jalen Catalon at safety.
Yeah.
Because, and Oklahoma was the first pass-first team Texas has faced. Houston's a pass-first team. But Donovan Smith had 12 rushes last night. But they were under 400 yards last night against that West Virginia defense. West Virginia rolled up 550 total yards in the game and lost the football game. So Texas should be able to move the ball and score against that defense for Houston. Obviously, that game next Saturday, 3 o'clock down in Houston. Rod, tell them about Apple Leasing. Let's get into the rant.
Yes, sir. First of all, let me tell you about my friends over at Apple Leasing, because, first of all, you need friends like my friends over at Apple Leasing. They do a great job of making sure that you get the best bang for your buck. They can get you the price you want, the payment you want on the car you want. It is just that simple. That is their business model. We know time is money. My friends at Apple Leasing are in the business of saving you both. The professionals and the fine folks at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want and the payment you want. All it takes is one phone call, one simple phone call, or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you an estimate of the value of your trade-in right over the phone. They have what they call a simple interest easy lease, and it makes things simple because they want to simplify things for you. Take the stresses and the headaches out of the leasing process for you. And right now, Apple Leasing can do that. The simple interest easy lease gives you more flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. So give them a call, 512-346-9977. That's 512-346-9977, or visit them online at appleleasing.com. It's simple, appleleasing.com. Okay, so the new Texas Coast offense for the Dallas Cowboys. I think the Texas Coast offense had one main goal. The main goal of the Texas Coast offense was to reduce the interceptions and interception rate of Dak Prescott, which that's basically was the main genesis and origin of the Texas Coast offense. Dak Prescott had an unprecedented year where he threw a lot of interceptions last season, led the NFL in interceptions, and the Cowboys freaked out about how much risk, right? How the risk and the reward in Dak Prescott's game started, one started to increase and one started to decrease. He used to be a high reward, low risk player, and he became a high risk, high reward player. But as I always pointed out, that was out of character for Dak Prescott. That actually, if you go look at the history with Dak Prescott, he actually was a quarterback that took care of the football. He's actually one of the better quarterbacks when he came to being responsible with the football. His turnover play, if you look at his turnover play, worthy plays, I should say, including fumbles and interceptions, he ranked 13th in the NFL. And the issue last season was that, unfortunately, he had a lot of bad luck, too, because his turnover-worthy plays, a lot of them, like 80% of them actually turned into turnovers, and he got those 15 interceptions. But I think the Cowboys, that could have been possibly an overreaction to Dak Prescott's league-leading interception season, because if you go look at his years as a starting quarterback in the NFL, he actually had one of the lower interception rates throughout his career. That was out of character. That was an outlier season for him. He had the same, if you go look at his career interception rate, he thrown an interception on 2% of his passes in his career, basically, 2% interception rate. That's the same number as Joe Burrow. And it is 0.2 percentage points behind Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes in career marks. Matter of fact, there have only been 8 quarterbacks throughout the history of the NFL who have done better at avoiding interceptions than Dak Prescott. So you could argue that the Texas Coast offense to shift everything so dynamically was an overreaction because that wasn't in Dak's character. Now some people say, well, look at the San Francisco game. He threw 3 interceptions. He did. 3 in a row. It's like 3 consecutive drives.
Oh, that was humiliating.
Yeah, so the argument could be made that he's regressing, that he plateaued. That he's plateaued, and now you're starting to see him regress. That could easily be happening. I don't think it is, but it could be. The offense is not helping Dak's cause, though, right now. Because right now, Dak Prescott is playing, even though his interceptions have dropped. So his interception rate, it has dropped. So I guess if that was the goal of the Texas Coast offense, then mission accomplished. But so a lot of his other numbers have dropped, too. His QBR is down. His yards per attempt are down. As a matter of fact, his yards per attempt have never been worse than they are right now. Even going back to 2016, so under all the different OCs he's had, he's never had a lower yards per attempt than under Mike McCarthy's Texas Coast offense. And the Cowboys aren't running the ball. They're averaging, what? They're 4 yards per carry? That's worse than any season with Kellen Moore or Scott Linehan. And I know people hated that Scott Linehan offense. They're averaging fewer yards per rush than they have in any of the 10 previous seasons. And the Cowboys are averaging fewer passing yards per attempt than they had in 2020 with Andy Dalton and Kellen Moore.
Oh, wow. Well, and it almost feels like Dak hasn't been the same since the ankle injury or the foot injury, but I don't know. That seems like there was a pivot point there. But to your point, and you know this, Rod, I mean, offensive coordinator, right? That's what Mike McCarthy is now, along with Brian Schottenheimer.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than just play calling. It's coordination. It's the coordination of your offense. It's,
all the pieces.
It's running the proper routes. It's running the right timing. It's, that's what an offensive coordinator's job is to develop that synergy, the symphony of your offense.
Yep.
And it just seems out of sync right now. It really does. And maybe Tony Pollard's not as explosive as he was before he broke his ankle against the 49ers last year. I don't know. He doesn't look the same. The whole team just looks offensively like they're
out of sync.
Out of sync. Even in the wins where the defense was scoring touchdowns and putting you out in front and just dominating against the Patriots, Jets, and Giants, the offense still didn't look dynamic. And that's concerning because now you've got a stretch where you're playing the Chargers and you get your bye week and you got a really tough game. You can still play the Dolphins this year. You still play the Eagles twice. They got to get this thing figured out fast.
You played the CeeDee Lamb audio yesterday, and it was
damning.
I mean, that was an indictment.
It
was an indictment, no doubt, when you asked him what the identity of the offense was, and not even CeeDee Lamb can tell you what the identity of the Texas Coast offense is. But it is predictable, unfortunately, in a lot of ways. And Stephen Ruiz of The Ringer does a great job kind of breaking this down. But Fred Warner, we played this audio yesterday too. Fred Warner, who was the fantastic linebacker for the 49ers, he was doing an interview after the Cowboys game, and he hinted, and I don't know if he did it intentionally or not to take a shot at Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys offense, but he did imply that their offense is somewhat predictable. Now, he's a great player, so everybody can't diagnose the way he does, but listen to Fred Warner talk about this audio and talk about how he was able to figure out and predict exactly what the Cowboys were going to do on defense, on offense.
Saccaroni, I had to wrangle him down. Big old Dak. Just something about Dallas. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, I grew up a Cowboys fan. I mean, ever since they didn't draft me, I'm like, hey, y'all had your op, and now you got to see me. They tried to motion CD to kind of see, all right, is a man zone read. I knew that they love slants and they love crossing routes to try to, when we're in man coverage, if they want our guys to run into each other as their guys are kind of crossing to knock them off. And so I'm popping and I'm kind of looking in my peripheral to see if they're crossing. I see CD coming across and the tight end. And so I literally just had to try to jump in front of both of them to knock them off just to make sure that they didn't rub the guys that were covering. So boom, when I knock them off, that knocks their timing off of the play. Dak has a pump it. Oh, he escapes out. And then it's just perfect little lane for me to just run up and right in through there and Saccaroni.
Saccaroni. But he talks about
Saccaroni and cheese.
Talks about the route combinations that the Cowboys like, right? Their tendencies. They've run double slant the second most in the NFL behind the Bengals. Only the Bengals have run double slant more. So it's like I don't know if there's enough variety in the Texas Coast offense. Dak Prescott has only attempted 13 passes of 10 yards or more to the middle of the field. So you basically take it. The middle of the field is not where the Texas Coast offense wants to exploit. By the way, it's 27th among qualified starters in the NFL. Kellen Moore's offense, there was a lot of access to the middle of the field. And that's one of the most efficient areas for Dak Prescott to throw the football. At least it was in previous years. His receivers averaged a lot of separation, almost 2 yards of separation when he's targeting the middle of the field, 10 yards or more, and they just don't do it. The Cowboys, remember, we talked about how Dak Prescott's great in play action. Right? We talked about this ad nauseum. Cowboys fans know it all too well. The Cowboys this season, one of the worst teams in the league on play action passes. Prescott is one of only 3 starters who has yet to hit on what they call a deep crossing route, which is 10 yards or more down the middle of the field. The other 2 are Russell Wilson and Daniel Jones.
Ooh.
The worst. When Kellen Moore was your offensive coordinator, they completed 12 of 20 of those deep crossing routes. Dak has only attempted 1 such pass this season on those deep crossing routes. And here's another stat for you. Based on Pro Football Focus charting, the Cowboys have had the 3rd highest rate of pass plays where no receiver was considered open.
Oh, gosh. That's a problem.
When no receiver was considered open. So that goes to your point about, you talked about the coordination.
Yeah.
Right? So it ain't all Dak, but right now the entire synchronicity of the offense is off. They don't have any synchronicity, and it seems like all the different parts are not working together. They're all working separately, and they're trying to accomplish a different goal. And Kurt Warner, you brought that up, as well, earlier this week.
Hall of Famer.
He talks about that, too. He talked about, man, the pieces don't seem like they work together. They move together. They're not all on the same page in terms of timing, execution, precision. So Texaco's offense is discombobulated, to say the least. It just ain't
not
good.
Been good so far.
And my thing is, I think, and we saw this on the 40 Acres. We saw this with Mac Brown. And we see it all over society in different ways. Some of y'all probably can get political with this too, but we're not getting political. Where the cure is worse than the disease. They diagnose a disease or an affliction and then decide, all right, we're gonna cure this. We got a remedy for it, and the remedy ends up being worse than the actual disease itself.
Yeah.
Mac Brown did this after the Texas-Alabama championship game in 2009. He decided he was going to fix the Texas offense. The reasons they lost the game is because they weren't physical enough. He wanted a downhill running attack. And he's like, I'm going to fix the Texas offense. We called his shot. We're going to be a physical downhill running team, even though he had Garrett Gilbert as his starting quarterback, who's a spread quarterback. And he decided he was going to do that. And that was the remedy. That was his cure. But it ended up triggering this offensive identity crisis for Texas that they didn't solve, honestly, until they got Steve Sarkisian on campus.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he said he wanted to be a certain type of offense, but he didn't have the personnel and pieces to actually execute that. Or the coaches executed. And it kind of caused Texas to go into a downward spiral. And that cure that he had in mind was way worse than the disease, which was you lost to Bama because Bama was a power running team. Your starting quarterback really got hurt, and your spread offense couldn't hold the ball and control the ball enough.
Quarterback turned the ball over 5 times.
Yeah.
And that's why you lost.
Exactly. It wasn't no offense.
Yeah.
It wasn't the offense, but
Turnovers,
you decided to cure
quarterback
something.
Got hurt.
Yeah.
Backup quarterback hadn't played at all the whole season. Yeah, good stuff right there with Rod. The Cowboys, let's hope they can turn it because it's a tough one against the Chargers on Monday night at L.A. Kellen Moore, it shouldn't be – I mean, Kellen Moore was in demand the minute he got let go. He had choices, and the Chargers gobbled him up within a day.
Yep.
And you promoted Brian Schottenheimer, who's a journeyman below-average offensive coordinator, in my opinion, and Mike McCarthy got run out of Green Bay because he couldn't call plays and coordinate an offense. That's
and Rodgers was talking trash on him when he got out of there. Called him a low football IQ coach. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. All right, we come back. We'll talk baseball. Astros, Rangers, Diamondbacks, Phillies, now the Final Four. Gene Watson, our baseball insider, will join us to get a preview, his thoughts on these big series. Also, how come all the upsets in Major League Baseball, the best teams in the regular season, are not still playing? We'll ask Gene about that as well. Plus, bullish or BS for the end of the hour. Hook 'em up on Ian Rodby. Well, it could be. I mean, these are two really good teams.
And they got young talent, huh?
Young talent. And, Hall of Fame veteran talent. And then young talent that's coming up that, Jeremy Pena was the MVP of the ALCS last year.
Mm-hmm.
He's had a decent year this year, but, yeah, he absolutely could step up. Leody Tavares, as he mentioned, Evan Carter, Josh Young. It's a really great series, and there's not a lot separating these teams. They both won 90 games. And they're looking forward to it. Sunday night is game number 1. Game 2 will be, by the way, Monday afternoon, Rod. So how about the Monday afternoon you're going to have if you're looking forward to?
That's sexy.
You got the Astros and Rangers right into the Cowboys game with the Chargers on Monday Night Football.
Well done.
Yes.
Good job. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Like that Major League Baseball. Good for you.
And you'll have that night you'll have the National League game 1 of Diamondbacks Phillies. So Monday. The weekend's a 4-day weekend.
All week next week's going to be pretty good.
It is.
Yeah.
LCSs are here. All right, we'll come back. We're bullish on our Bullish or BS segment. Got to have that for you. Also, we roll forward Friday, Football Friday here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Dr. Greg Eckert, folks, my dentist and hopefully yours. Dr. U is the best. And I have a brand new smile, the restored smile, thanks to Dr. Eckert and his team. I'll tell you all about it. But, man, it is such a confidence builder when you have the new smile. Before, because I've told you when I first started seeing Dr. Eckert, he would inform me that I'm a teeth grinder, right? At night, when I sleep, I grind my teeth. And over the course of the years, I just ground my teeth down. I chipped a bunch of them, and then they weren't as full as they should have been. And I noticed that. That's why I didn't smile a lot, because I would have to smile really big to be able to see any teeth. And that was frustrating, so I just didn't smile a lot. Now with this new smile that he's restored, it's absolutely a joy taking pictures and being on these Zoom cameras that we do and the obviously the YouTube and the Twitch and all that stuff. I'm perfectly fine with it now. Dr. Eckert can give you that confident smile as well, and it's in one day. He can do what he did with me with the restoration of your teeth, your current teeth, or give you a brand new smile permanently with secure dental implants, and it takes one visit. Once you get the plan in place, it's a one-visit situation. You don't spend any time without teeth, whether it's a one-tooth loss situation or multiple or the entire mouth. Dr. Eckert can get you there. He's done over 1,000 cases. Just give him a call for a consultation. You're the boss. You make informed decisions about your dental health care needs with Dr. Eckert. He's been doing this for 27 years, going on 3 decades now here in Central Texas. 345-3166 is the phone number. 345-3166. It's Dr. Greg Eckert. Just go to the website, too. It's Dr. Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T. Hey, it is time for Bullish or BS. You know, during the summer, it was brought to you by the Austin Gamblers. That's where we came up with Bullish or BS, and we've rolled with it. And congratulations again to the Austin Gamblers. They're your regular season champions again.
Playoffs.
And our man, Jose Vitor Leme, the world's best bull rider. He's also won his second consecutive league MVP title as they head off to the playoffs. So, for the PBR Team Series.
And that's in Vegas, correct? Is that Vegas they were at? Or maybe it was the last
they
time?
go to Vegas.
Oh, they go to Vegas every time?
Okay. Yeah. Vegas. Vegas is big for everything, but
now
big
it
for
is.
bull riding and rodeo. They've always had the National Finals rodeo out there, NFR. And, big time. Everything's in Vegas these days. By the way, did you ever, Bullish or BS, did you see I'm sure you have because they went completely viral, but they had the first concert in that Sphere?
Yeah.
The U2 concert.
Sphere.
Man, the videos from that were just incredible.
It's unbelievable.
It is really, really incredible. I mean,
you know, I want to continue that, Bullish or BS, because I hear, or at least the scuttlebutt, is that the NHL wants to have their draft inside of it.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I agree. Because nobody really cares about the NHL draft, but they're thinking of having their draft inside the Sphere. And that would be cool. I mean, think about all the stuff they could display and all the highlights up there. Oh, it would be so freaking cool.
I mean, just to see, U2 and Bono and their, all their classic, iconic anthem songs, and it's just amazing. I mean, you're in this big snow globe essentially, and
man,
the effects were just phenomenal. So a lot to use with that coming forward. By the way, speaking of Bullish or BS, because the NBA season is ratcheting up, right? They're playing preseason games now. And somebody asked LeBron James why he's so bullish on owning a franchise in Vegas. He doesn't want to just own a franchise.
A lot of that talk. Yeah.
He wants to own it in Vegas. And he said, and somebody asked him why so bullish on Vegas. Because it's Vegas.
It's Vegas. Do I need to say it? It's Vegas.
Vegas.
Every team wants to be in Vegas. Every league wants to be in Vegas. Come on, man.
Well, and now that
every league's got a footprint in Vegas now, don't they?
Yeah, now that the Raiders are there, it's like that last Sunday night when you had the Packers there. I mean, there's so many cheeseheads there. I mean, when the schedule comes out, Rod, and you look at it and you say, "Oh, my team's playing in Vegas. I'm going." Right? You immediately get your plane tickets. You buy some tickets. And obviously, if you're a Chiefs fan or a Broncos fan or Chargers, you're playing in Vegas every year as a part of the division.
Yeah, the Raiders are like a tourist team now.
Big time.
Whenever your team is playing, they say, "Hey, man, we can go to Vegas and I'll go see our team play."
The Oakland A's are moving there. So if you're an Astros or Rangers fan, a team in your division may, in the pretty soon future, be playing. How about flying to Vegas in the summertime? I know it's hot, but they'll have a dome. And you're going to 3-game Ranger series or Astro series, and while you're chilling out in Vegas and doing the pool and doing some gambling, that is big time. Bullish on that, Rod.
I'm bullish on that too, man. Vegas is a spot. Even the NBA, they're not there officially, but that's where their summer league is, right? And they got a summer league stuff in Vegas, that kind of thing.
All right, what else do we have in Bullish or BS, Rod B?
You know what? Since we're talking about the Sphere, I found this little nugget. So the advertising on that MSG Sphere costs $450K for a 4-hour window, and now they basically have kind of put out the numbers that you can not rent it, but you can actually end up being able to hold your event there as an event. And they put the numbers out there, so if you got enough money, you can have the access to the Sphere if you got enough cash though.
That thing is incredible, and they're building one in London now. I think
they're building another one.
Yeah, in London, I believe. Those things are it stands out. Because you put it in the wrong place in London, it's an eyesore, right? It just becomes this big albatross of a thing. But in Vegas, it kind of fits the strip.
Oh, yeah, because it's so flat. Everything's so flat, it just stands. You can see it anywhere. You can see it from all over the place.
All right, Bullish or BS, Rod and Ty, get in on this. West Virginia lost last night. Hail Mary. Houston beat them.
Hail Mary.
How about West Virginia? They had I was thinking, man, this team might be something to it because West Virginia rallied for 15 points in the final 4 minutes, including a 50-yard touchdown pass where Houston played some of the worst defense you'll ever see to let them take the lead, get the 2-point conversion. Then the Hail Mary, we'll hear it coming up in the headlines. Now the Longhorns do control their own destiny, Rod. Now the Longhorns, if they win out and when Oklahoma wins out, Texas can play in the Big 12 title game. They don't have another team that can stop them, I don't believe. And so are you bullish or BS? The Longhorns will get back to Arlington to play in the Big 12 title game. You feeling bullish on that this Friday morning?
Bullish. If they don't, like I said, something went horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Something went horribly wrong. I'm knocking on wood because I don't want that to happen. But because the Big 12 is so down. This is And I think the Big 12 is probably at one of its lowest points as a conference. If you take Oklahoma and Texas out of the argument,
Yes.
I think the Big 12, the rest of the Big 12, even with the infusion of the new teams, is at one of its lowest points competitively as a league. There's no doubt.
Yeah, got to fix the red zone issues. Got to get the tackling cleaned up a little bit, get healthy. But yes, they should. They will be double-digit favorites in every game the rest of the way. Doesn't mean they're going to win every game by double digits, but they are going to be double-digit favorites in every game.
Texas says, did you hear about the concessions at the Sphere? $20 beers. One Texas said $30 for a large soda. Well, you got to pay for the Sphere.
Got to pay for that thing. It costs $2.6 billion to make or something.
How about this? Bullish or BS, guys. Mattress Mac was asked to throw out the first pitch at the Astros Twins ALDS game. Found this out not too long ago. But he says a mattress firm and Major League Baseball sponsor stepped in to prevent it.
No.
And hell no, Mattress Mac, you ain't getting no free advertising. We are an actual sponsor. Bullish or BS. You should have let Mattress Mac do it.
Come on, he's an icon. He's the mascot of the Houston Astros.
So does that mean he's not going to be able to do it for the ALCS?
Is that corporate entrance? Come on now.
I mean, they're the official mattress sponsor of Major League Baseball, I believe. And they're like, hell no, man.
That's some
we
BS.
pay for that privilege.
That's some BS.
I agree.
And I'm in full bullish support of this. Spencer Strider, the right-hander of the Atlanta Braves, when asked about, and people who are trying to use the playoff format to make an excuse for teams not performing, he said, I think people who are using the playoff format to make an excuse for the results they don't like are not confronting the real issue. You are in control of your focus, your competitiveness, your energy, and if having 5 days off means you can't make that adjustment, you've got nobody to blame but yourself. That's Spencer Strider, who was the losing pitcher last night, taking full accountability for the Braves not getting it done. Stop blaming formats. Players play, Rod.
Hey, man.
Players play.
Man in the mirror.
Man in the mirror. Hey, we're back. We'll roll into the 8 o'clock hour. Hook 'em up. You know it's a Friday on the Horn. Rod Babers, what does that make it?
A freak flag, feel good, fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
And boy, did we have some football last night. How about the wild finish in Houston, H-Town? Cougar High. They were, I can't say that. They get mad at me. The Cougar fans.
Cougar High?
I got a lot of good friends who are Houston.
Oh, they don't
Cougar.
like that?
They don't like Cougar High.
Yeah. No, you
That
make them
was
seem
the
like
name.
little brother. They don't want to be little brother anymore.
Well, because, I was growing up in Houston as a commuter school, right? So it was like a extension of your high school.
Yeah. Nah.
Because you went from high school to Cougar High.
They don't want that.
Now it's big time. Now they're in the Big 12, and they have a Big 12 win for the first time after last night's.
Yeah, Dana Hogerson. That was the Dana Hogerson Bowl.
It was.
The Dana Bowl.
And Dana was on the hot seat with 12 seconds to go, I got to tell you.
He was freaking out. You can tell. He was freaking out.
You see him on the sidelines?
Yeah.
We'll walk you through how it played out. It was unbelievable. 9 lead changes in that game, but it did look like with 5 minutes to play, Houston had taken control of the game. But
the fat lady was not singing yet. She was just warming up.
Godly. We'll have that for you. Also, NFL Week 6 is underway. Windy night at Arrowhead Stadium and kind of a sloppy, ugly game. Taylor Swift in attendance to see the Chiefs get a win. They've beaten the Broncos now 16 straight times. We'll get you the details coming. 16. We mentioned yesterday that the Broncos are on their 6th head coach or interim coach since they last beat the Chiefs. And that's why it's been 16 times.
I cannot believe
This is the proud Denver Broncos of John Elway and Super Bowls past.
Well,
Peyton Manning.
That's why they're having like a fire sale right now, too. They're getting rid of pieces. They're about to start
We're not talking about like the Detroit Lions, Rod.
This is going to be the real rebuild. The Randy Gregory they traded. They're thinking about trading Frank Clark whenever some team makes them an offer that they like. That Jerry Jeudy stuff now has come up, right? Jerry Jeudy.
Oh, got to play that for you.
Maybe on the trade market. Yeah, I said that to Ty. We can play that. Steve Smith going off on.
Tell us what you really think, Steve.
And then Jerry Jeudy. This is why we talk about the petty in sports is now going to an all-time high, and he's right. A lot of it's because of social media, but some of it is kind of just straight up old school petty. This was one of those situations where Steve Smith is giving his thought, as an analyst on, his thoughts on Jerry Jeudy as a player or whatever and his struggles. And Jerry Jeudy is in the background whilst Steve Smith is giving the analysis, taunting Steve Smith about his analysis. Did y'all watch that? Oh, it was great.
We'll get that coming up.
Plus, I don't know if he actually said it. You can hear him in the background, I think, maybe of it, too.
We also have to go behind the burnt orange curtain this segment because bottom of the hour, we're going to talk to Steve Sparks. He is the color analyst on Houston Astros radio. Also a former pitcher for the knuckleballer, Rod. Steve Sparks was a knuckleballer.
How rare are knuckleballers?
Pretty rare.
Knuckleballers
kind
are
of unicornish. We'll ask Steve about that. He was a knuckle. He also went to Sam Houston State, where he was a fireballer. Then he became a knuckleballer. Now he's
fireball did knuckleballer.
Well, he was just a regular pitcher, but then he got to the big leagues, realized my stuff doesn't translate. I don't think. Let's throw the knuckleball. And Steve, I think he's one of the best colored guys out there. If you're an Astros fan, Rangers. Jeff Fry will be with us next hour.
Nice.
A couple of people said I was thrilled with Houston. Took them +3. This game says that Hail Mary saved my 14 parlay. Had Houston, SMU, the Phillies money line, and under the KC game. Yeah, there you go. Nice job. 4-leg parlay. And a Hail Mary.
Hail Mary.
You're buying drinks tonight. You're buying drinks. All right, let's get to the headlines, trending topics to get you, including that wild game down in Houston. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. Yeah, Major League Baseball's playoffs are set for the Final Four now, and the upsets just keep on rolling in. In Philadelphia last night, it was Nick Castellanos hitting 2 home runs for the second straight night. First player ever to do that in the playoffs. 6 Phillies pitchers combined to once again shut down that high-powered Atlanta offense. Philly takes the game last night 3-1. The series 3-1. They knocked the 100-plus win Braves out of the playoffs again. Second straight year they've done that. They're now going to face the upstart Diamondbacks in the big surprise NLCS. Of course, in the American League, defending champion Astros will face the Texas Rangers in that all-Texas best-of-7. That starts on Sunday night. Now to college football. Absolutely wild matchup down in Houston last night. 9 lead changes between Houston and West Virginia. Dana Holgerson's Houston Cougars firmly in control, though, leading West Virginia 35-24 with less than 4 minutes to go. But the Mountaineers scored a late touchdown, got it within 3 at 35-32, and then with under 25 seconds to go, this happened.
An interception earlier. 4th and 10, ball game on the line. Green's pass, caught! Wow. And look out! It's Clement! He might score! He does score!
There it is on 4th and 10 on Fox TV last night. 50-yard touchdown to put them up 39-35, but Houston still had 12 seconds to go. Little short pass on first down to get the ball out to midfield, and then Donovan Smith, the quarterback, did the rest.
Best completions in a row. This will be his last, and it's for the football game. If he can get it off. To the end zone. Tipped, and he caught it. It's touchdown. Holy Toledo. Stephon Jackson does it again.
Yeah, Tim Brando on Fox last night with Spencer Tillman. 2 touchdowns in the last 25 seconds. The Hail Mary gives the Cougars their first conference victory as members of the Big 12. They win that game. They're now 3-3. They will host the Texas Longhorns next Saturday. West Virginia falls to 4-2. Also last night, SMU rolled East Carolina 31-10. NFL, it was the Chiefs over the Broncos again because they always beat the Broncos. 19-8 was the final. The only touchdown in the game was Patrick Mahomes to Kadarius Toney. At least for the Chiefs, a lot of field goals there for them. Windy night, they get the victory there. Dallas Cowboys will wrap up Week 6 on Monday Night Football facing the LA Chargers. Yesterday, the Cowboys officially put their starting linebacker Leighton Vander Esch on injured reserve with a neck injury. High school football last night, Vandergrift, the Vipers improved to a dominant 7-0. They crushed Round Rock 45-3. Pflugerville Weiss rolled past Bryan 42-13. And basketball, Big 12 announced the conference's preseason awards yesterday and teams as chosen by the league's coaches. Texas sharpshooting transfer guard Max Asmus was named to the preseason All-Big 12 team. Forward Dylan DeSue, junior guard Tyrese Hunter, sophomore forward Dylan Mitchell all received honorable mention honors. Asmus, by the way, the current NCAA scoring leader. In 4 seasons at Oral Roberts, he averaged nearly 21 points per game. Now he's first team All-Big 12.
Okay, so I don't know what's up with. I think Steve Smith has a podcast. Well, everybody's got a podcast. He's got a simulcast where he gives,
I have a podcast.
Everybody's got a podcast. You have a damn good one, by the way. E.
Yeah.
But he has a simulcast that he does, and I think he refers to it actually in the audio. Can we have this pulled up, Ty, please?
So this is NFL Network last night, right?
Yes, this is them. Before the game, I believe.
Pre-game coverage.
Pre-game coverage before the game, and I believe it's I believe he actually on his podcast at one point, this is him referencing what he said on the podcast. But then he's asked by I forget, it's Garofalo?
Mike Garofalo.
Mike Garofalo, who's with him. He's asked him like, hey, go into a synopsis again. And I think you can see that in the background.
This is right on the field.
Yes, on the field, on the background, Jerry Jeudy is in the background flashing. Somebody actually got separate footage of Jerry Jeudy, and he is like talking trash to Steve Smith and Garofalo a little bit. And I don't know if you can see it in the actual shot that NFL Network has, but there's some individual video out there too on social media. But here is Steve Smith, the audio of him giving his thoughts about Jerry Jeudy, and this is probably why Jerry Jeudy was so upset with him.
A short while ago, Broncos wide receiver Jerry Jeudy was walking by, and Steve called out to him, and he got a different reaction.
I called out to him because on my podcast, Cut to It, I just talked about guys that maybe have not showed up in a way or in a manner. And so the word that I've used to describe him in the past was a jag, just a guy.
Just a guy.
And so when I saw him, he's playing well. I wanted to say to him face to face, like, hey, I know I said some things in the past I probably shouldn't have, and I'm sorry. That's what I wanted to say to him. His response, Mike Robb and Bucky, was ninja.
Ninja.
Yes, I'm using the word ninja. I'm just using the word ninja. I don't mess with you. And it was a curse word. And so I was like, all right. And then he repeated it. So I'll say it again. I'm sorry that I said you were a jag, just a guy who's an average wide receiver they use a first round pick on that isn't doing anything. I hope today that you actually show up in a way that you haven't showed up in the last couple of years since they drafted you. So if you ever got a problem with Agent 89, I'm sorry for saying that you're an average wide receiver that they eventually will move on. And when teams call me and asking, should they trade for you? I will say no, don't trade for Jerry Jeudy because he's mentally unable to handle constructive criticism from people who watch specifically, can he be a wide receiver? He could be a wide receiver. He's a tier 3. Oh, go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
Going back to the studio. I'm done now. Thank you. Oh, that was great. That was great petty right there. Like I said, there's footage of Jerry Jeudy kind of taunting him, and you don't want to mess with Steve Smith. Man, Steve Smith will fight you. He is. He is. I don't know if he's likes to fight guy.
He's one of the best receivers. Did you ever cover Steve Smith?
I did cover Steve Smith, and he's got another gear, a whole another gear that you don't want to have anything to do with.
That guy was, and he's built like a little boxer, man. He is.
He's strong at the point of attack like a running back would be, but he's fast as any wide receiver. No, I'm with you. He was a total package guy, and had the attitude, had that dog. Had that dog in him.
And Jerry Jeudy and the Broncos were so mad about that. Jerry Jeudy went out and caught 3 passes for 14 yards.
He took that personal, he took that personal, man.
And Russell Wilson had 82 passing yards last night.
Oh, man.
Big game through the air for the Broncos.
That's all-time great petty. So I love it. There's a lot of petty going on with the Broncos, Sean Payton, that kind of stuff. But that Steve Smith comment was great. And
I'm done. Go back to the studio.
I would say this, though, because Steve Smith, I think he has his great analysis, though, actually.
I think he does, too.
He was the one, I think it was the 2017 class. Whenever Cooper Kupp comes out, he has a famous, take where before, the draft, I'm talking about during draft season, he says Cooper Kupp's the best wide receiver in this class. When nobody knows who the hell Cooper Kupp is, and they're like, "What are you talking
Washington
about?"
State.
Yeah,
Eastern Washington.
Eastern
Washington.
Washington.
He's like, "No, he's the best wide." If you can find it on social media, it's out there, it's famous. And everybody was like, "What is this guy talking about? He don't know what he's talking about." He's like, "Nah, I watched the film. He's the best one in the class." Turns out, we know
Eastern
how that
Eastern Washington third-round pick.
It was 2017. Yeah, he was like, "No, man, this kid's legit." And everybody was. I remember thinking like, "Man, either he does really deep dive analysis and homework, or he's just swinging for the fences on this one." And
did he peg Puka Nacua?
Puka Nacua? No, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I haven't kept up with him, but maybe he did. But so he didn't like. The point is, he does really good homework. Like he does his homework on wide receivers. Like he's not just some guy out there talking trash.
It's pettiness, and now it's personal between those two. But for Jerry Jeudy or for Steve Smith's side, he said he was trying to say, "I'm sorry," because you are playing better this year. And obviously, Jerry Jeudy didn't want to hear it. But at the same time, he has been a Jag. I mean, he has not been great with the Denver Broncos. I know he had an injury one of the years. But
and he hasn't had a quarterback.
That's true.
Time.
That is fair.
He's got Russell Wilson now. 3 catches, 14 yards.
But he's not elevating Russell Wilson.
No.
And Russell Wilson's not elevating him.
Yeah.
It's
that's crazy.
That's pretty awesome. A game itself, that was more exciting than the game because the game was, we told you yesterday, there were heavy winds, right? And both teams were having a hard time dealing with the wind and getting consistency in the passing game. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, although how about being 5-1, and they really haven't been that sharp yet.
They need to trade for a wide receiver. They need to badly.
Jerry Jeudy?
That would, I don't know. You know what? In that offense, though, Jerry Jeudy might look very different. Let's be honest.
I would say that. But Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have kind of the Longhorn red zone issues. They're not very good in the red zone this year. They stall out.
They're too easily predictable.
Yeah,
because it's just Kelsey and a bunch of Jags.
Yep, that's right. Kadarius Toney did catch a touchdown last night, but they'll get that figured out. Though you got to feel like here, but to be 5-1 when you really haven't the Niners have been dominant to 5-0, right? And
scoring 30 points at least 30 points.
Detroit have been pretty dang dominant. They had one bad game, but they've been really good. They're Dolphins, but the Chiefs are right there, and they'll get better as the year goes on. You know that with Patrick Mahomes and Taylor Swift.
I think they got to trade for a wide receiver though. If
they
don't. I don't think they'll. Honestly, they won't make it out of the AFC title game. They won't make it to the Super Bowl. They could make it to the AFC title game. I don't know if they'll make it out of the AFC title game without a move at wide receiver. Those guys.
I did pick Buffalo in their preseason picks.
And I think Buffalo would beat them right now.
I do too.
Yeah.
But Buffalo just keeps taking injuries. That's the biggest problem with them. I mean, Cowboys are now down to, Leighton Vander Esch is out. Trevon Diggs is out. Buffalo lost their middle linebacker, Matt Milano, who is their heart and soul of their defense. He got hurt in London last week. And Tre'Davious White, the fine corner, is out. So
everybody's already hit with injuries, though. Because remember, we talked about this with Baltimore. They've been decimated on the defense side of the ball, even though they're still playing really great defense. They've been hit hard by injuries. And now
Miami just lost Devin Achane.
Jacksonville already had some injuries early on. I mean, it's
a war of attrition. It really is.
Pretty much. That's why the depth. That's why you got some depth on your team. I mean, it really could play a huge role in you basically lasting deep into the season.
Somebody on the text line. We appreciate all the texts. By the way, thanks to everybody that texted in to get signed up for those wristbands to be out at Dakota next weekend. Man, we had what did we have, like over 400 text messages yesterday, I was told, from people who were listening that texted race to that phone number, 447-3776. We'll give those wristbands away next week. Thanks for getting signed up. But somebody said the West Virginia celebration penalty after the late touchdown cost them big time. Yeah, that's one Neil Brown's not going to be happy about. That 15-yard penalty after they scored the 50-yard touchdown allowed, they had to kick off from the 20, and that allowed for the long return, which then allowed them to get it out to midfield so Donovan Smith could heave it up there.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we talked yesterday to Drew Sanders, the coach of Vandergrift, and he had talked about how he had watched what Oklahoma did to Texas on that Hail Mary play at the Cotton Bowl last Saturday, because you had asked about coaches stealing plays, which was a really good question. And he was like, oh, yeah, man, I steal plays all the time. We watch film, and I love that play. And he said he was watching the Texas-Oklahoma game like we all were, and he had never seen a team rush 5 on a Hail Mary, drop everybody else, the other 6 into the end zone to cover the Hail Mary, but rush 5 to create more pressure, and it did. Quinn Ewers didn't have much time. He had to, work to get that ball off, whereas Donovan Smith dropped back. They had a 3-man pressure. None of it got there. And he just kind of rolled to his left and had time to get his feet under him and arch it up high. Yep. And it worked.
Throw that rainbow, that moonshot.
And Drew Sanders said, no, man, we already installed that into our defensive game plan.
And I'm not going to lie, I prefer it that way. I mean, when you really start breaking it down, all I need as a defensive coordinator is, because usually teams are sending out, they're going to send out, 4 wide receivers, sometimes 4 receivers, period, and they'll leave that back in the block to give that, that quarterback a little extra time to try to, buy some time so they can launch it downfield. You send 5, you still have, essentially, if they send 4 downfield, you still can line up and play man-to-man, have a body on a body, which is what you want. And then you can still have 2 free defenders to be able to play the football. Everybody else is making sure they basically are boxing out their man, and you have 2 guys playing the football. So you still have that numbers advantage, but some coaches want even more. They want 2. They want to be able to double team every player pretty much and have an extra defenders to play the ball. That's why they only rush 3 instead of rushing 5. But I think the 5 actually may be more effective, because that quarterback's freaking out and he's only going to have like 3 seconds to get in position. And if it's a long Hail Mary, the wide receivers may not even be in position by then. They're still sprinting down the field.
Well, I'm thinking if I'm Texas, I'm dropping a guy back there like Ethan Burke, who's like 6'7", got a long arms.
Do that.
Just get up there and knock that ball down.
Teams do that a lot too. They put big bodies back there.
And he's athletic, right? Ethan Burke could be good in a role like that.
Sometimes they'll just put their big wide receivers back there on defense for the Hail Mary.
Sure.
Whoever your big body wide receiver
knock it down.
And just go knock it down. Yeah, just go. Can they play the ball better?
Yeah, don't try to catch it and knock it down.
Yeah, you should do that. Honestly, on Hail Marys, I probably would put more of my offensive players back there. When you think about it, it's more of just a jump ball situation, and your defenders, they don't do that a lot.
Yeah.
Your wide receivers, they get used to that. Your defenders, they don't do that a lot. We don't do that a lot. We're all awkward out there trying to, play the ball, but receivers, they do naturally.
Hey, as Tony mentioned, props to Harrison Buckner making a 60-yard field goal in that win. Yeah, that was impressive.
Butker.
This says Jerry Poopy, 4 fantasy points on a projected 12-point night. Thank you, Jerry. Hey, before we talk to Steve Sparks at the bottom of the hour, can we get a quick behind the burnt orange curtain with RB?
All right, a couple other things here. I know we're up against it, so we'll be quick. I want to go into some deep dive analysis about that West Virginia U of H matchup, because Texas plays U of H next. But we'll get to that. We got plenty of time to preview U of H. It is a bye week for Texas. So I want to get into some more Texas relevant topics, more urgent news from Texas. We'll get to the Xavier Worthy thing here in a second, but Jake Majors, Chip Brown over at Horns 24/7 doing a great job. He always does a great job breaking stories. He is reporting that Jake Majors is going to could miss extended time with the high ankle sprain, which has been diagnosed with, and that could have him out 6 to 8 weeks, which would basically be the rest of the season. I had a high ankle sprain in spring of my sophomore year, maybe my freshman going into my sophomore year. Yeah, it's brutal. I was out for the rest of the spring, and you just can't put any weight on it. It's almost impossible. A low ankle sprain, you can tape it up. There are ways around being able to play with a lower ankle sprain, but a high ankle sprain, it's really nothing you can do. You're just out till it heals. And even rehab pretty much can't happen until it heals completely. So he's going to be out. That's the bad news there. The good news is you will be getting Cole Hudson back at one point.
Who will probably be your starting center.
Looks like it.
Because he was your backup center,
Yeah.
and that was the problem for the Longhorns last week with having to go to the redshirt freshman Connor Robertson. That's your third center now because Cole Hudson was hurt, and then obviously Jake Majors got hurt. So, but DJ Campbell will likely play right guard moving forward, and Cole Hudson slides to center. The good thing is, right, and you'll have all this week to really rep Cole Hudson at center and cross train somebody else, Rod. That's the other thing you need to be doing because you can't.
Yeah, you need an emergency option, contingency plan.
And more reps for Connor Robertson. And that's something Sark said that this week during the bye, they're going to get the veteran players kind of off their feet a little bit and really focus on the young guys, developing depth, giving them some time this week. So, and it's interesting to me that Sark did say that he really was kicking himself that he didn't play Jonte Cook more in the Dallas game. The game
which
in
is
Dallas.
Interesting. Why? I'm a little.
The fact that he said that is like,
I'm a little confused by that. I don't really understand. What was he going to play him in addition to the other wide receivers?
Yeah,
or like rotating him in with the other wide receivers.
That's
Are we talking
a
about
question.
a 10 personnel package where you got 4 wide receivers on the field?
Well, look, we still don't even see Isaiah Nair on the field.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't rotate wide receivers ever.
No.
That's really not his thing. He has a really tight rotation. So is he saying, I want to add him to the rotation of receivers? Or do I want to have a new package? Well, I have X-Man, AD, Jay Witt, and him on the field, which he did at Alabama. He called it the red package.
Well, when he said I kicked myself, but I didn't, he must have had a play in mind that he didn't run that they had worked on. That
with him?
He didn't get
with
to.
Jonte?
With Jonte Cook.
Now, you admit, J.T. Sanders was not on a pitch count, but he was limited. So maybe he figured I should have put more because Gunnar Helm is great. He is really, I love what Gunnar Helm is doing, but he's not the matchup nightmare that J.T. Sanders is. So maybe he figures I should have put more explosive personnel on the field, which Jonte Cook is, and that would have been more of a matchup advantage for Texas. And maybe he thinks to himself, I saw at matchup advantages. Because remember, Jay Witt went off. Yeah. Jay Witt went off because they liked their matchup with Jay Witt going up against their slot defenders. So Jay Witt went off, and maybe he figures I should have put Jonte Cook in that slot a little bit more.
With Jonte, the rookie, the freshman out of DeSoto, Sark has been praising him all offseason, right?
Yes.
He was always a guy that got mentioned. So Jonte's obviously ahead of the curve, and we're seeing Anthony Hill get to play quite a lot on the defensive side of the ball. Sark will play freshman. C.J. Baxter has played a bunch. We haven't seen as much. Now he had the long catch against Baylor that if he hadn't stumbled, he might have scored a touchdown on. But interesting. So we'll watch that, see which players emerge next week. Obviously, Rod will get you more deep dive on Houston and what he saw last night watching the Cougars. Leaky on defense, but that Donovan Smith, pretty good quarterback.
He's got a win against Texas on his resume.
Beaten Texas already when he was at Texas Tech. We'll come back. We'll talk baseball. The Astros side of this Rangers-Astros series, Steve Sparks has called pretty much every game they've had this year. And for the last several years, Steve Sparks with a scouting report of the Astros and how to attack the Rangers. We'll talk to Jeff Fry, former Texas Ranger, in the next hour as well. We're going to get you covered. Plus, for the end of the hour, we'll go off the record. It's a busy Friday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. We'll go off the record before the top of the hour. Stories maybe you've missed that you need to hear on this Friday the 13th. If you're the superstitious kind, you might want to pay attention to that. Don't walk under a ladder or black cats and stuff like that, Rod B.
Don't break a mirror in that
Don't
one
break
of
a
them, too?
mirror. Yeah,
don't
I
break
don't know.
mirrors. I forgot. There's a bunch of these.
We'll go off the record. Also, next hour, former Texas Ranger Jeff Fry will be with us to preview the Rangers side of it. But right now, Rod, it is the All-Texas ALCS 7, hopefully 7 classic games. We had Gene Watson with us last hour from the Chicago White Sox, comparing it to the early 2000s. Red Sox-Yankees battles that they had. It certainly could be that because they're rivals to begin with, in the same division, in the same state, and now they're going to play with a trip to the World Series on the line. And to get more from the Houston side of it, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline. He has had a 10-year Major League career with 5 different organizations, now doing great work on the Astros radio broadcast. Has been for quite a while. He's one of the best in the business. Steve Sparks is with us. Steve, good morning.
Hey, Aaron. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Doing good, man. You've been on this ride with this Astros team for a while now, and they never cease to amaze, despite the roller coaster regular season this was that went to the final day. But, the big story in baseball right now is the teams that aren't still playing, the 100-win teams, the best teams in baseball all year, and how they didn't get it done, the Braves, the Dodgers, the Orioles. But this Astro team is the one that bucked that trend. And does it ever cease to amaze you, Steve, how they rise to the occasion and find their way through this run? I mean, that's really the difference, is rising when the lights are the brightest. This Astro team finds ways to perform at their best.
We talked about it late in the season, too, when they were losing all those games to the Oakland A's and the Kansas City Royals. And you're thinking, man, I'm not sure they have anything left in the tank. But when the playoffs start, it's a different story. And it's happened on a few occasions. And I remember in the pandemic season, they were 29-31 and squeaked their way into the playoffs. And they've got a switch that they flip. And as a former athlete, I just never thought that was really possible. But they've done that over and over. And I think that what that proves more than anything else is maybe they get a little bored in the regular season. Maybe they need just a little extra juice to perform at the level they do. But they're built for the postseason. Whatever it is that these guys have, the core guys in particular, those guys know what it takes to win big ball games and what kind of focus it takes to get big hits or make big plays in big moments.
Hey, Steve, E has brought this up several times. Is that because you talk about how they seem like, I don't know, they get a little distracted, maybe get a little bit bored during the regular season? Is that why their away record is better than their home record, and maybe on the road they've embraced being the villain? My theory is they like being the villains now because they're the villains of baseball after the cheating scandal, and hey, they're villains on the road, and that's kind of what motivates this new culture of the Astros.
You're exactly right. I do think that it gets their attention, and if you're just kind of, I'm not saying sleepwalking, and everybody's out there trying to do their best, and I think naturally they feel like they're focused at their best, but I don't think they really realize it until they get to the playoffs or on the road, like you say, that something gets a little bit extra out of them. So I think there's something to that. I also think that, when you're a guy and you're 28 to 30 years old and you've got young kids that are waking you up at 6:30 in the morning at home, they want to play and do all these things. I think it's a different animal when you get to go on the road, think about baseball constantly, sleep in and get your rest before a game on the road helps as well. I experienced that. I know that that's pretty real. A lot of things at home too, as far as foundation work, a lot of charity stuff on the off days and things like that. I think you can get away from that on the road, and I think they take advantage of it.
It's interesting, yeah, especially with all the success. I mean, they're rock stars in the city of Houston now,
That's right.
the core guys. And Steve Sparks is with us. Game 1 is Sunday night. Minute Maid Park will be rocking this matchup. Tremendous. Hey, we played the audio yesterday. Carlos Correa of the Twins, and he was talking about their bats getting shut down by the Astros for 2 games in Minnesota and the Astros pitching staff. And he immediately talked about Martin Maldonado. And I know that's been a talking point all year with Astros fans of Maldonado or Yainer Diaz. But, boy, to hear Carlos Correa just talk about how he works, hitters and helps these pitchers, they got to make pitches. But I think we saw and heard from Carlos of why, Dusty Baker is such a believer in Martin behind the plate.
Look, analytics mean a lot, and you want to take in that information. You want to know a certain hitter's weaknesses and things of that nature. But Dusty Baker puts it like this, and I totally agree, is that Maldonado can improvise. He can call audibles when he needs to. And when the game's at stake, sometimes you stick to that plan. Sometimes you go with what's working. And sometimes against certain players who are looking for something, say Yordan Alvarez, I don't think I've seen anybody who sits on pitches and takes advantage of pitchers his second time up better than anybody in baseball, I believe. And that just takes a special type of person to be able to do that. And Maldonado recognizes that. And Dusty talks about him being able to improvise when it matters most, and he trusts that. And when you got somebody to be able to do that, the pitching staff trusts him to be able to make those moves. And when you throw pitches with intent, that means more than even the selection of the pitch.
Hey, Steve, let me ask you, what do you think what worries you most about the Astros in the playoffs? What do you think their biggest weakness is? We know they got championship DNA and pedigree. What do you think could come back to haunt them, though, in the playoffs?
Well, it's the opposite of last year, and it's starting to shape up a little bit, but it's the starting pitching. Verlander won the Cy Young last year with the 1.75 ERA, but he's not the same guy, but he's still Justin Verlander. He's still a Hall of Famer, and he can still navigate 6 shutout innings like he did the other day. And you're just going, man, he still walks that red carpet. But Framber Valdez is not the same. The shape of his two-seam fastball is not the same. So he's not the same. Javier, although he pitched great against the Twins, hasn't been the same. So the depth of this starting pitching as we go along and you face better and better lineups as you go scares you a little bit. But the playoff format helps the Astros in that regard. It was just getting to the finish line more than anything else. But the Astros, who were able to win in Game 4 against the Twins, rather than have Verlander pitch tonight in Game 5, certainly caught a break there. They earned their break, but their starting pitching depth right now is probably what scares you more than anything.
Yeah, no Luis Garcia all year long, no Lance McCullers this time, and Framber.
Right.
See if he can find his groove. He's been up and down, and Javier too, with Verlander. And how do you know this Ranger team very, very well? By the way, we're going to talk to Jeff Fry in our next hour. Jeff just messaged me and said he played against you in American Legion in junior college.
That's right.
Pretty cool.
He's probably going to tell you he took me deep too.
Okay, Frito took you deep. Oh man. That's awesome. But how do you?
He's been a trash talker since he was 7.
That is awesome. Steve Sparks and Jeff Fry will be our guests this morning. Hey, this Ranger lineup, I mean, it's a handful. The Astros present issues to the Rangers, obviously, with, Altuve on down through Yordan and Tucker and all the way through that lineup. But the Rangers are very similar. Now they've added this young guy, Evan Carter, 20-year-old kid who's come up, and Josh Young is back in this lineup. And they're as deep a lineup as there is in baseball. How do you think the Astros pitching staff and Maldonado will navigate this treacherous lineup of Texas?
It's going to be different. The Astros pretty much whooped up on them at Globe Life Park about a little over a month and a half ago, and I think it was 39-10 when you look at this total scores in those 3 games. So it's a different lineup, though. Adolis Garcia got hurt in that series. You mentioned Evan Carter and Josh Young. These guys have come on and shown that the stage isn't too big for them, and they certainly present a huge problem. I think Corey Seager is one of the best hitters on the planet. So very difficult. When I look at these 2 lineups and how much danger they have throughout, I think they're pretty comparable. I think they're both dangerous. I think you have to make your pitches and be very careful at certain spots and maybe pitch around. I'm circling Corey Seager, but then you've got a lot of guys that give him protection now, and they're swinging the bats very well and they're confident. So I don't think that it makes this series very easy to navigate at all. So for Maldonado, you go out there and trust him to change it up a little bit and to do things, but it's just going to be a matter of some guys, can they go out there and make those pitches? I think the wild card here for me is Framber Valdez. We've spoken a couple times about him, and every once in a while he turns into the Valdez that we've kind of learned to love as Astros fans the last few years, where he's just been a ground ball machine, but he doesn't have the same shape on his fastball that he has in the last couple of years. So they're dangerous. I think the Rangers offense is certainly at the level of the Astros offense. And I think what might separate these two teams when it's all said and done, if it goes to script, is the two teams' bullpens.
Steve, you're really close, obviously, to this organization. Who is an unsung hero, front office, coaching staff, or in the locker room right now that is not getting enough credit? We're not talking enough about that is a big reason for this team's success.
Well, right now it's Jose Abreu. It's kind of been redemption, and it looks like the last couple of games that he really stepped up, and he got the 3 homers in the last 2 games where, and I'll tell you, the first half of the season, maybe the first 4 months of the season, you're scratching your head and you're wondering if he's done. You just don't know what you're going to get out of him. Couldn't get the ball in the air. The contact was really late. So I think for Abreu to step up right now, think about, when a team wants to bring in their best lefty out of the bullpen, it's going to face Alvarez and Tucker, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's a break. It's your right-hander, and then it's Brantley after that. So you've got a pocket of 4 guys where you feel like you have an advantage. It's going to be up to that righty to do some damage. The Twins saw it. Caleb Thielbar, their lefty, came in. He faced the first 2 lefties, and then it was Abreu. And you got to have some pitches. You got to be able to do something with Abreu, but he hit the 2-run homer and it ended up being the difference in the ball game. So when there's a 3-batter minimum rule in place, that righty, that's protecting those lefties, I think is going to come up really important for any team.
It's a great point when they get left-handed heavy in the situations, because these games come down to a couple of situations, couple of outs, couple of hitters in a ball game. And Jose Abreu could be massive, and certainly was in the series with the Twins. The Rangers have announced Max Scherzer will start Game 2, which is interesting. It's going to be Nathan Eovaldi in Game 1 against Verlander, and then Framber against Max. I mean, this is great stuff here. This is someone who you went to Sam Houston State, Steve, and you've been a Texan for a while now. How good is this for the state of Texas in baseball? How good is this for the big game of baseball to have these 2 in-state rivals going at it with all this heavy firepower, all these Hall of Famers, 2 Hall of Fame managers? It's about as good as it gets.
It's pretty good for the Buckies in Madisonville, isn't it?
Yeah, that's awesome.
You got the fan bases going back and forth up I-45, and man, it's really started to ramp up. And particularly this year, because both teams are really good now. Now it looks like they're the 2 best teams in the American League, the way things have shaped up. And, deep down, there's a pretty good respect, I think, that both teams have for each other. Maybe not the fan bases, because that gets a little different. But they're great teams, and I couldn't believe it. I was just thinking, and we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves, but when the Rangers were doing what they were doing in the playoffs, you're thinking, man, how good would this be? And I just can't imagine there being a louder, more intense fan base for these 2 games than what we're about to witness. So we're excited about it, and we feel like we're pretty lucky to be able to call these games. But this particular series, man, I just can't imagine it being more intense, because there's a real probably dislike for each other right now. And it's good. There's going to be villains. We understand that. And there's probably going to be some chin music and whatever you want to say, and some trash talking, but that makes it great, man. It's going to feel like college football or something that we were used to when I was striking out Jeff Fry with the bases loaded just about every time.
That's awesome. All right, Steve Sparks, there you go. Yeah, like a Texas OU feel for sure. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Texas, and because the Astros have been through the Yankees and Red Sox and some of these teams and these runs that they've made. Rangers are back in it for the first time in a while, and we hoped for this all year long when both teams were playing so well and jockeying for first place in the West. Steve, thanks so much. Enjoy the call. Hopefully we can check in as the series progresses. Hopefully we get 7 great ones, and it's a classic. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is going to be great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Steve.
Steve Sparks, former Major League pitcher, once struck out Jeff Fry with the bases loaded when they were 7 years old. We'll talk to Jeff Fry next hour.
Still talking trash.
Complete coincidence, Rod.
Still talking trash.
I did not know that. Like, there are 3 guests this morning. We had Gene Watson, who was in the locker room when Jeff Fry came up to the big leagues with the Texas Rangers, and now Steve Sparks and Jeff Fry grew up playing together in American Legion ball.
Small world, man.
They both made it to the major
The
leagues.
baseball community is a small one.
That's awesome. Well, we'll get Jeff Fry's side of the Rangers matchup. How do they attack the Astros? What are the keys for them? We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Plus, Rod will get us a rant as well. But coming next, we are going off the record. Some stories maybe you haven't heard, but you need to know because you'll be talking about them all weekend. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. It's time for Off the Record, and look at that, Rod. That's the new picture that's sweeping the internet now. It is Taylor Swift embracing Brittany Mahomes.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Arm around Brittany Mahomes up in the booth last night, hugging. They're so excited because her boyfriend was throwing passes to her husband, or her boyfriend was catching passes from her husband.
Hey, man, they're going to be BFFs now, hanging out all the time, kicking it. You know who's really upset about this is Jackson Mahomes.
Brother's out.
Man, he ain't been seen in forever. He's not even allowed up there. Is he even in the booth? Is he in the box? Is he allowed in the box?
I think he's banned from the stadium.
He's banned.
Since his arrest.
Banned. Oh man, he hates that. You know, he loves attention. This is more attention than the Kansas City Chiefs have gotten even after they won a Super Bowl. He can't be part of it. I'm sure he's heartbroken over it.
Heartbroken.
But we're all happy over it because I was tired of seeing his face. Okay, how about this? Off the
Give
record.
it to me.
October 13th. You know, these random holidays that they just kind of make up. Every day is some new national blank day.
Yes.
Today, National No Bra Day.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing one.
Yeah, well, I hope not. That would be a man's ear. A bro.
A bro. I'm not
bra's ear.
You're right.
Is that the Seinfeld?
Yeah, exactly. The man's ear. National No Bra Day. There you go.
Wow.
So.
Okay, well, good luck
Free
with
the
that.
nip.
Free the nip. Yeah, look, I mean, release the hounds. And especially ACL Fest this weekend, that should be good.
There you go. Hey, my wife's not wearing a bra, but it's for different reasons. It's because it's about functionality, because she's got to do a lot of feeding. So, yeah, boobies ain't really for me anymore. That's not for me right now. So, National No Bra Day has a lot of different definitions.
The Wedding Crashers, is she built for speed or power?
Those are working breasts now. They are functional working breasts. They're not just for show anymore, damn it. There you go. National No Bra Day. So enjoy that, guys. There you go. Off the record.
National No Bra. It is Friday the 13th, so if you're into the superstitious thing, you're also going to get a big eclipse tomorrow we told you about. So if you're going to be outside about 11, where does the games kick off at 11 tomorrow? About 11:15, it's the Ring of Fire eclipse. Don't look directly at it. It says can damage your eyes, but you probably wear some sunglasses. You'd be good. Glance at it.
Get the right eyewear. Don't just be staring into astronomical events like that. It's not good. Don't be doing that. All right. Maybe you can buy them online for like $2 or something like that too. They're really cheap.
Yeah.
Bezos will have them delivered to your house in 24 hours. He understands. How about this? I brought this up earlier, but remember Danny Stutzman, the stud linebacker from Oklahoma. By the way, the Longhorn tattoos, the upside down Longhorn tattoos they were fake. Turns out they were just trolling the internet. But he did actually make a t-shirt. He got a new NIL deal with a new t-shirt with his slogan on the back that he threw out there during their pregame speech that he gave the team before the Texas OU game. Oklahoma only fears God. Texas fears Oklahoma. He put it on the back of t-shirts, and now they're selling like hotcakes among the Oklahoma fandom. Even Brent Venables went on social media, took pictures with Stutzman in the shirt, so they're posting pictures of both of them in the shirts, flexing a little bit. Xavier Worthy took offense to this. He actually posted his own comment and retort on social media to those pictures with two laughing emojis, crying laughing emojis, saying, "You would think MFs just won the Natty." That was Xavier Worthy's comment. By the way, it was their biggest game of the year. I think Texas' biggest game of the year was Alabama. Texas showed out in that game, and they were well prepared. They were more prepared than Bama, and they won the lines of scrimmage versus Bama. They beat Bama in Tuscaloosa. You could argue Oklahoma did the same thing against Texas. That was their big game. That was their Super Bowl, and they decided, they were going to be better prepared, that they were going to win the lines of scrimmage, and they did just that and won that game. So, yeah, it mattered more to them, and I think they played like it too. It did.
And we said it on Monday. They were the more what's the word?
You said desperate. That's what
they played desperate.
You said they played desperate. Like they said, "What's no tomorrow? This was it." That's how you would play a national title. I'm leaving everything on the field. Ain't nothing left.
And as we learned from Oklahoma's side of it, that was the mantra all off season.
Yep.
I mean, all the way down to the number 49-0 was all over their locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever they would do, I heard Stutzman saying when they would do drills, they would do 49 of them, right? You wouldn't do 50, you do 49. I mean, so yeah.
It worked.
And it worked, and now they've set themselves up to do something big this year. Texas obviously would like to rematch in that game because they've shown the ability to play to that level, and I still think the fact that they almost won that game, despite all the mistakes, should make Texas feel pretty confident about where they're at right now.
Agreed.
All right, so off the record, also in addition to the Eclipse this weekend, Rod, got the ACL Festival. Rod, Ty, you going out to any of the music this weekend without the Longhorns playing? What do we got? Feeling better now?
We'll see. I'm pretty tight on funds these days.
Hey, did you know a new poll says 57% of Americans say they have changed a tire, while 40% haven't. 25% say they don't think they're capable of doing it. Ty, have you changed your tire yet?
I changed it. I did not. The spare is on. I changed it, but
thank you.
It has not been repaired. No.
You changed your tire, Rod?
I'll make an appointment. I'll make an appointment for tomorrow.
Yeah, that was one of the lessons Pops taught me. I know how to change a tire. It's still, I don't know if I can ever forget how to change a tire. And I've changed several in my life, too.
Yeah, I was too.
You got to learn that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Male or female, you should know how to change a tire.
Yeah, I made my kids learn how to do that.
Hell yeah, man.
Hey, in the video, me and Patrick Davis playing horse from yesterday is about to be out.
Oh, who won the horse contest yesterday?
So y'all did play horse?
Yeah, I lost.
I told you they was going to play horse.
Commit to the bit.
Patrick put it on him. Did you lose badly?
I was up HO, and then I lost HO to horse. I did not.
Dang it. You was up HO. That's like
Jacob came down there like 45 minutes after we'd been shooting, so we're both like sweaty and out of breath.
It's called warm. It's called being warm.
Too
warmed up.
It was too warm.
Too warm.
You want too warm. Load management, huh? You some load management out there?
Hey, we roll on. It's the 5-hour extravaganza, 5 days a week. Hook 'em up. We make picks coming up. Rod's got a rant. We've also got plenty more to do. Over 2 hours of conversation on a Friday. A quick musical suggestion. That song right there is a new tune from the Black Pumas, who have a new album coming out on the 27th of this month, Rod. And they've actually made 2 other songs, new ones, available.
Nice. Like that.
Yeah, it's like such a good group, such a cool band. Their first record was such a comet, Grammy nominated, their debut album. Now they got another one coming with Eric Burton and Adrian Quesada and the team. That'll be out in late October, but 2 more songs available. If you're in the music thing, because you got a great live music weekend and ACL Fest and no bras today for the ladies out there. It's a good day.
So no bra day.
Hey, also, and off the record, I didn't get to this, but we're really excited to see that the fundraiser for Mary Lou Retton, the lifetime Longhorn herself, Rod, an Olympic champion, she's now, the GoFundMe has now raised over $360,000. As she battles a rare form of pneumonia, apparently, according to her daughter. Her daughter, Shayla, said on Instagram that the family and her sisters are overwhelmed. So they didn't realize that many people out there love her as much as we do. So good for them.
That is fantastic. Good for that family.
That's such a, because remember, we told you she married a quarterback from Texas who went on to be a developer, and they're divorced. But to not have insurance at her age, at 55 years old, would be surprising, but she doesn't, apparently. And her level of accomplishment, I mean, she was America's sweetheart in the 80s. And so now she's battling for her life, and apparently money being raised to help support that.
Yeah, I mean, because there's no like union that she would be a part of or anything like that would like guarantee her benefits after she was done competing.
Right.
So she made some good money with investments and maybe with endorsements, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's no necessarily any league that she would get, I don't know, like benefits from, or that she can end up, I don't know, I'm sure she can start her own stuff, but like the NFL has their, they have their benefits plan. You can be at the pension plan with the NFL.
You still have benefits
vested
through
years.
them?
Yeah, you have vested years. And basically, your vested years is how many years you played, and then you would get a pension plan based on how many years you played. So that's why some guys who played like 10 years, like Mancy Red, or guys who played 10, 12 years in the league, once you turn, I think it's like 55, you can do it different times, 55 or like 63, start your pension plan, and then you get paid. You get, money per month based on how many years you were vested with the league and whatever that CBA basically decides that is worth in that whatever CBA you signed. So that's, to me, that's unfortunate, because now you would think that since gymnastics has been such a, international thing, and that the U.S. has competed at a really high level, that there would be some kind of fail-safe for some of the athletes. But maybe there isn't, because she's about as famous as they get.
Oh, man, she was it in the 80s. I
imagine
Wheaties boxes, America's sweetheart, and glad to see. Hopefully she can get through that and come out the other side.
Yeah, no, it is. Like I said, that's crazy. I imagine all of this may shed light on a whole new issue for gymnasts and maybe even athletes in individual sports who don't have necessarily leagues that pay out pensions and provide benefits like once they're done playing. That vested years thing for the NFL, that also applies to your health insurance. And then you get a certain amount of health insurance. You get a certain number of years, I should say, of health insurance based on the vested years that you spent. Now, the problem with that is, and I'm going to go off on a tirade here, that starts right after you're done playing. And the average NFL career is like 3.5 to 4 years. Most guys are done playing, they're like 26 years old. You don't necessarily need those 4 or 5 years of health insurance at that time.
Yeah, but it's gone by the time you're 32.
Yes, and by the time your body breaks down at 45 or 50, that's when you love to have those 5 years of NFL health insurance so to help you, deal with that, but you don't. So that's what I think they've been fighting for. At least that's why I think it's a good idea. They should have it be where you can use your vested years of NFL health insurance whenever you want to. You can use it when you're 60. You can use it when you're 30.
You just put it in the bank.
Put it base your 5 years, but you use the 5, but you got to use it consecutively, so you can't just be piecemealing it. But you use your 5 whenever you want to use your 5 or your 3, whatever it may be.
And it's there for you if you need it at
if
some point. It's dangerous, right?
Yes, exactly.
That's an interesting point, without a doubt. And so
but Major League Baseball, man, they set up.
Baseball's got it.
Oh, they got it.
Speaking of baseball, boy, there's big stories in this weekend. Texans and Cowboys and Longhorns taking the week off, but a great college football Saturday, NFL Sunday. But obviously in these parts, the Texas-Houston ALCS. First time they've ever met in the playoffs. The Lone Star rivals, Astros, have now been in the American League for a decade. This is the first time they've hooked up in a postseason series, and it's going to be fun. Last hour, we talked to Steve Sparks. Second hour, we talked to Gene Watson, and look who it is on our text line. He is a former Texas Ranger. Also a Boston Red Sox and a Colorado Rocky and a Blue Jay, but the Texas Rangers in the early 90s, a fan favorite, no doubt. He's our friend Jeff Fry, who joins us to help preview this game. Jeff, good morning. Thanks for doing this.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing? I appreciate you having me on. This is an exciting time to be a baseball fan of the state of Texas. I know that.
Yes,
well, tell us. I'm assuming you grew up playing against Steve Sparks when you guys were playing American Legion ball in the state of Oklahoma. Right about that?
Yeah, I was playing for Spyro American Legion, and we thought we were the big dogs, and here come this team from Tulsa Max Trucking, and they came in there with these fancy uniforms, and we played a doubleheader, and Steve Sparks pitched the first game as the hardest thrower I'd ever seen at that point in my life. I think he was probably throwing 92, 93. Then they brought in this guy named Barry London, this 6'6" left-hander who had a full beard, and I had never even shaved yet. He looked like a lumberjack. I was like, man, we better step it up. But I did not hit a home run off Steve Sparks. But what did happen, which was hilarious, was I was on second base, and he was pitching, and he did the inside move where he turned his left leg around to pick me off at second. And in those parts of Oklahoma, I'd never seen that move. So I was halfway to third. And I
you
started
off.
yelling, "That's a balk! That's a balk!" I'd never seen that move before.
Oh man, that is awesome. The family of baseball. It's a small one for sure. But appreciate you having us. Our buddy Craig Flowers, who helped me connect with you, lets us know that you are headed into the inducted into the Southeastern Oklahoma Distinguished Alumni, and you're also going to be inducted into the JUCO Junior College Hall of Fame in November. So congratulations for those two accomplishments in addition to your great major league career. That's pretty awesome.
I appreciate it, and it's actually my Carl Albert Junior College Hall of Fame. After 37 years, or actually 39 years, they're actually opening up a Hall of Fame, and I will be in the inaugural class with my coach Mark Pollard, who is a great guy who's battling leukemia right now. So it's going to be a special night for sure.
Well, yeah, the Texas Rangers, you've obviously followed them through the ups and the downs. Obviously, you played on that team in the early 90s and have been around it. Let me start with this with the Rangers for you. You played for a lot of different managers at every level. What is it that you think Bruce Bochy has brought to this clubhouse? I mean, the players are a lot the same that have been there. They added a lot of pitching, but what has Bruce Bochy brought that has been the difference for the Rangers this year?
Well, I think when you get a guy like Bruce Bochy, very similar to Dusty, they just command respect. You know what they've accomplished in this game. And it's not really what they're going to say in a meeting or anything like that that's going to make you believe in them. They have accomplished so much in this game. And I think what I've noticed with Bochy is he's just so relaxed and so low-key, and he's always got the players back. I've never heard him say one negative thing about a player. And sometimes, a manager says one negative thing and everybody blows it up, and the next thing you know, you lose the clubhouse. I've never seen that. I've never heard about that happen with Dusty either. And these guys are around the game, and they realize, having played the game, how difficult it is. And they just got to keep fighting and keep pushing and staying together is the key. And it looks to me like the Rangers and the Astros are both very tight teams. They pull for each other. And, man, I can't even tell you how excited I am to see this series.
Hey, Jeff, is it possible this Rangers team is ahead of schedule a little bit, or we expected them to compete at this higher level this soon?
Oh, I think they're definitely ahead of schedule. I think, when they got Seager and Simeon, obviously that maybe pushed the timetable forward a little bit. But then when they made the moves to get Scherzer and then Montgomery, and I think unfortunately at times when teams have these plans, 2-3 year plans, and they get a chance to win, now they kind of wait, and I think that's a huge mistake. I think because we've seen what momentum can do in baseball with 3 wild card teams being in the finals in the LCS. Momentum is huge in baseball, and you get hot at the right time. And, man, you got to just go with it and throw all your chips in there. And, I went to a game early in September when the Astros were in town. And by the time I got to my seat in the 4th inning, it was 9-0, and Jose Altuve had 4 home runs. I think I left after the 6th. And I was like, man, this is embarrassing. It was like, I thought the season was over, after losing 9 games in 10 days. And, man, the Rangers, after such a great first part of the season, they looked like they were dead in the water. And then all of a sudden turns around. And now they look, like one of the best teams in baseball, them and the Astros.
Yeah, they've been one of the streakiest teams, Jeff, this year. I mean, the ups and downs, but, they're on a streak right now. No question about it. Yeah, you're right about that series. That was right after Labor Day. It was the week, like the Monday of Labor Day was the first game, so they played Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and the Astros outscored them like 40-10 and really flexed on Texas and sent the Rangers into a bit of a tailspin at that point. But obviously they rebounded, and I'm sure that's credit to Bruce Bochy and the leadership in that clubhouse. Because now, they've gotten healthy too, Jeff. I mean, they had Nathan Eovaldi down for a little while. Max Scherzer's been down. He's coming back, it looks like, in this series, which is huge. And obviously getting Josh Young back in the lineup at third base has been big for them to be, that's really what it's about. It's the marathon during the season, but when you get to this time of year, to be healthy is as important as anything.
Yeah, and not to mention when Adolis Garcia tried to rob a home run and sprained his ankle, I think. He came out for about a week, and they called up this young kid named Evan Carter.
Yeah.
21-year-old kid, number one prospect. And it's like, you never know what these guys are going to do when they first get called up. And this guy's just been on fire. I mean, he looks like a cross between Rusty Greer and David Murphy and David Holtz. He can run. He's got a great approach to the plate. He's just, ahead of schedule, obviously, 21-year-old that doing what he's doing, and he's right in the heart of the Rangers lineup, which with their lineup, that's saying something.
Hey, Jeff, have you embraced this whole Creed mojo that's going now with the Rangers? Are you all in on Creed? Have you downloaded some Creed songs on your phone? What's going on here?
Oh, my girlfriend's listening, and she hates Creed, but because I sent her the video the other day of the Creed Rangers fans singing Creed, and actually I have it on my workout playlist. I'm not a huge Creed fan by any stretch, but occasionally I'll listen to a song or two to get me fired up. But I think it's funny. I think it's cool that, when things like this happen and teams embrace something like that just seems kind of goofy. But whatever it takes, man, whatever it takes to get you guys, everybody on the same page and feeling confident. I mean, who cares what they listen to?
Exactly. Right. Get you pumped up, brings everybody together. Hey, Jeff, you played on those Red Sox teams where the Yankees are the rival, and does the regular season matter at all at this point? I mean, I know the Astros had the winning record, and really, the last 7 years they've dominated. But when they hit the field Sunday night, does it matter? What you've done this year versus that team, or is it time to just turn the page?
Well, you never forget, Aaron. You never forget the Rangers. I'm sure. Haven't forgotten about that beatdown the Astros gave them in early September. And, I'm sure they want to get a little revenge. Obviously, this is a huge rivalry. And hopefully, we can just go in there and have hopefully a 7-game series, and everybody play hard, no bad blood, and the fans can realize that it's just a game and we can get along and root for our teams and not have any bad blood, because this is baseball, man. It's a game. It's not life. So I'm just hoping that, it's a great series and that, the team that plays the best wins, and hopefully the new rules don't affect anything and the umpires don't make any controversial calls.
Hey, Jeff, let's assume the Rangers win this series, and I don't like saying that, but let's assume they do. Who's your MVP? Who's going to end up being the biggest impact player for the Rangers in this series if they find a way to win it?
Well, it'd be hard to bet against Corey Seager.
Yeah.
The way he's been playing all year, man, the dude's been unbelievable. But, in this last series, some guys stepped up. Jonah Himes had a great year. Mitch Garver, Adolis Garcia. You just never know. I mean, and Eovaldi looks like he's back to the Eovaldi from earlier in the year. And so, I would say probably Seager or Semien. But the Astros are scary, man. I think these are by far the two best lineups in the American League, and I just hope whoever wins plays against the Phillies, because I'm loving what's going on in Philadelphia.
Nice.
Let me ask you one from the other side, the Astros side. You've seen this lineup. Everybody knows Altuve and Bregman and these guys. You coach hitting and were a really good hitter yourself, .290 career hitter. What do you see when you see this guy Yordan Alvarez in the box at 6'5" and 2 1/4? But his bat control, this guy's scary, man. He's only 25, 26 years old. What do you see when you watch Yordan Alvarez swing the bat?
I see somebody that needs to be walked a whole lot. Because I don't know how you get that guy out. He just makes adjustments so quickly. And I mean, he reminds me of some of the best left-handed hitters I played against during my career, and some with like a Big Papi or a Mo Vaughn or Will Clark. He just makes adjustments, and that's what the best hitters do. It's not like you can pitch him one way all the time, because he's going to flip the switch and make an adjustment.
He certainly does. Last thing, Jeff, we had Gene Watson on the show, too guys. We talk about the baseball family being tight. Gino said to say hi, and he was in the locker room when you got called up to the big leagues for the first time. Those are such cool stories. What's your memory of that day when you became a big leaguer, the lifelong dream fulfilled?
Yeah, I remember we had 2 clubhouse guys back then, Gene Watson, who we called Snacks, and then we had another guy named Potsy, and those guys, we treated them like they were, our family, like they were one of us, and they worked their butt off. And, to see where Gene has gone in his career is incredible. Such a great guy with a huge heart. Love Gene Watson. Every time I see Gene Watson, it's not a handshake, it's a big hug. And, I think that's just kind of what you develop over the years in the baseball world, is a band of brothers and people that you care about dearly. And before I leave, Aaron, I'm just curious, as you mentioned my good friend Colonel Craig Flowers, and your friend as well. Man, I'm missing the high ground. Every Saturday I used to listen to the high ground. I wish we could get that back.
We're working on it. We're working on it.
There you go.
It's in the works. Tell Craig we're going to work for that. We need some Saturday morning programming back for sure as we get through football season. Great endorsement, and I'm with you on that. I need the high ground. I need the big uglies back.
Big uglies.
We need all that. We need all that, my friend.
Yeah, Jamie Frazier. I miss Jamie Frazier.
Jamie Frazier on the high ground.
Frazier.
Hey, since Craig always calls you Frito, I'll call you Frito. Jeff, thanks so much. That was awesome. We'll check in again as the series goes on. Hopefully it's a classic.
Okay. I appreciate it, guys, and go Rangers.
Go Rangers.
Thanks, Jeff.
Or go Astros. Go Rangers. Go Astros. We got to solidify our final bet before the end of this show. We got an hour and 40 minutes to put it on the table.
What's going to be the payoff for the bet? We got to get this done.
I feel like this is always going to be way worse for me than it is for either of y'all.
Well, just because you are younger and you like to commit to bits, so yours would be more entertaining than ours because we're old.
It's not very fair.
Well, it's not fair, but I'm 40 something, and E is like
there's a lot on the line here.
Go close to, but as you get to a certain age, I can't do certain things. I just can't. It won't allow me to do it. My age, I can't. I aged out of some of that stuff. Like I can't. Well, give me something that you think would be a cool payoff.
I think it would be pretty funny to see both of y'all in like full player uniforms and Rangers gear during a show.
I'll do that.
Where would you find it?
Get you some baseball pants, and we had jerseys.
Okay,
we're the Rangers.
I will put that on the table. If the Rangers win the series, I will do.
That's not bad.
I will do a full. Here's the deal. How about
That's
this?
Not bad.
Rod can't say "Go Stros" again until.
He's not going to say it though. Why would he ever say it?
No, even next baseball season he can't say.
That's easy. We're letting him off easy.
Okay.
I will wear a full Rangers uniform on the show one day.
For the whole show?
The whole show.
That's pretty good.
Like a manager.
Because I have connections.
That is actually pretty good.
I have connections. I do have connections.
And by the way, that is really uncomfortable to do a show in because they're really tight pants. So actually, I think I would enjoy that.
Do I have to wear a cup?
Yeah, that's up to you.
I will wear the full Ranger uniform for the entire show on Twitch and YouTube.
That's good.
I'll do it because, the Round Rock Express are the AAA affiliate of the Texas Rangers.
Then you can find a little uni up there.
My man Chris Almendaris, that they could probably make that happen for us.
That's actually not bad.
I'll do it.
I like that. That's good. That's a good payoff there.
But so Ty, you got to put yourself on the line too.
I got to find something for me. We'll find something for me and Ty. I like that one for you though. That's money.
Full
That's good.
show.
Full 5 hours.
show.
Longer than 5, really, because you got to drive up here in it. So that's it really gonna be like a 7 hours in a baseball uniform.
Well, you know, and here's the thing.
You got to wear cleats. Do you have to wear cleats?
Yes, and you have to have the bait. It's
Oh,
got
and
to be
I
the
do.
bait.
I have blue. I have blue softball cleats. I have blue ones. They'll match perfectly.
Yes.
They're in my trunk with my baseball glove. I always have my glove and my cleats in the car.
This is money.
You never know when a softball game is going to break out.
I love it.
Even though it hadn't in a long time for me.
I love
but,
that.
But there you go. So I will do that. That's for sure. And if the Astros, we'll get something for Ty. If the Astros
we'll get that.
do their job.
I'm gonna do something to do. That's good. That was money. That was a good job.
I'm in.
I like that.
I'm in on that.
So we got one taken care
uniform. I might even have to. What if I have to wear it for a Halloween party? Because Halloween's coming. Are we gonna?
That is true.
I want it to be here.
I'll do both.
Yeah, we need to be able to see it, and then we had the Twitch stream, so the Twitch streamers can do it, pictures.
I'll do eye black. I'll do all of it.
It's just gonna be funny to watch. Honestly, because a grown man in a baseball uniform is funny. Once you've aged out of playing age, it is funny to see like a 40, 50-year-old man.
Like the little league coach that'll do like a full manager, or like dude, you're coaching 9-year-olds, man. Come on,
that's great. I love it. That's great.
This should be a week in the uniform. I don't know about that, but we'll see.
Oh, someone says no change in the bathroom. You got to go to HEB. You got to go to HEB in it.
Okay, I'll do that.
You got to go to HEB
okay,
one time.
Okay, listen, I will commit to that bit. Ty,
go to HEB.
If the Rangers win, I will wear it on the show, and then after the show, Jacob and we'll go over to HEB and we'll walk around the HEB here in Westlake.
Can we go to the batting cages at Westlake? You take some swings?
I think HEB will be funny. He fits in at the batting cages. The Westlake HEB walking around there. Oh, the looks he's going to get.
Go to the Barton Creek Mall right here.
Oh, the looks he's going to get are going to be classic.
Cleats.
I think we all have to go just so we can watch people watch him.
By the way, you
gotta have a bat over your shoulder too.
You talking about people past their prime wearing sports uniforms. Have you seen Dusty Baker and Bruce
I know. That's why it's so funny. It's so funny that they do that, and it's like this is normal
Dusty's
behavior.
got cleats and his gloves on. He's ready to play.
He looks like he's got like gloves.
Is he still
and
wearing
wristbands.
surgical gloves though?
Yeah, he was big into COVID, man.
He was wristbands and everything. Oh yeah, he's all about it. Yeah, Dusty's on a different level. Yeah, see, people are into this. Someone says Ty has to shave his beard, his head and beard.
Ty has to shave his beard.
The beard is part of Ty. I don't think I've ever seen you without a beard.
I look really bad.
Have I ever seen you without a beard?
Probably not.
What was the last?
Okay,
year?
Then that's it.
Yeah.
Beard shave.
What year did you not have a beard?
And Ty, you have to get one of those like the Oklahoma players get. You got to get a fake tattoo for a week. Of the Astros.
Henna tattoo.
No, but it's got to be very prominent.
Fake tattoo.
Maybe
somewhere
face
people
tattoo.
can see it.
Maybe on your face
on
where your beard
neck.
was.
Face or neck. And what is the face or neck going to be? An Astros tat?
The Astros logo on my neck. He's thugging for a few days.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad.
I'm not playing a round of golf in the uniform. That's not going to happen.
If I got to shave my beard, that screws up at least like 2 weekends for me.
No,
that's your beard will grow back relatively quick.
You don't think a girl's going to like you if you don't have a beard?
Yes.
Oh, I want to see it now.
Oh, you think you're ugly without a beard?
Yes.
You lose confidence without the beard.
Definitely.
Then that's the bet.
You shouldn't even said that. Now
That's
all he wants to know. How you look without the beard.
Okay.
That's the bet.
Weren't you getting? Hold up. Did you have a beard in high school? Weren't you getting chicks in high school? You had a beard in high school.
Freshman year and up.
Damn.
And here's the deal. Because
it
didn't look as good as it did now.
Still, that's impressive.
I was out there yesterday. I got my hair cut at the Salon for Men with Lori, our friend Lori, who's done some advertising with us. She's going to be coming back.
Oh yes,
she'll shave the beard, Rod. She'll do.
I met her.
Oh,
yes, we met her at Little Woodrow's. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
she wants to come back and do some advertising, but she'll do your beard. I'll make sure she does that.
Well, if it's shaved, it won't.
Shaved.
Oh, CB
like with a straight razor.
CB has sent us a Texas Rangers Lucha Libre mask, which honestly, that's pretty cool. It's basically, I think what CB saying is that one of us should have to wear that. Are you saying, CB, that I should have to wear this Lucha Libre mask?
You should have to wear
during
that
the show.
$60.
That's a lot. Oh, you know what? I guess that's part of losing the bet. You have to buy the damn mask.
All right,
the Lucha Libre mask.
I'll wear the full uniform. You got to wear the Texas
Lucha Libre
Rangers
mask
Lucha Libre
during the show.
mask.
That's not bad. That's actually not bad.
All right, we'll come back. I think that's going to be the bet. Ty's got to shave the beard. Ty's now nervous. Look at him. He's very nervous.
I got to make sure I get the right size. This thing might be too tight.
It'll grow back in a week or so.
It'll grow back so fast, Ty.
You'll be good.
Once you're a grown man, your beards grow back so quick, man. It really does. You haven't shaved it in. When's the last time you shaved your beard?
I trim it at like every other day.
I'm talking about like shaved it down to the skin, to the smooth skin.
Like probably at least 2-3 years.
Yeah, it'll go back fast, dude. They can't go back so quick.
We'll be back. When we do, Rod will get us to the second rant of the day, deep dive conversations. Also, before the end of the hour, a round of Who Said That on Hook 'em Up. Thank you to Jeff Fry. Thank you to Steve Sparks. How about that, Rod? Those two played against each other when they were in American Legion Ball.
Small world, man. Small world.
State of Oklahoma. Small world. Baseball is a very small world. I'm sure football is too when you get down to it, right?
Yeah, it's the degrees of separation usually about 3 to 4, damn near with anybody, right? If you've been in that community, like, oh man, I can actually 6 degrees of separation probably get to Tom Brady pretty quickly. Degree of separation, you know what I mean? Even though I don't know him personally, but probably could know a few people that do know him.
Yeah, I mean, you played with Matt Nordgren, right? Or was he
Play
after
with,
you?
Play with Nordco.
And wasn't he in he knew Tom Brady at some point, something like that. I know Cliff Kingsbury and Tom Brady are close.
Yeah, honestly, you can kind of go through Garrett Gilbert. He played with. Didn't he end up playing for the Patriots?
Yeah,
you could go that route.
I remember interviewing Garrett Gilbert at the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
At the Super Bowl Media Day one time. We got to talk to Garrett for a while.
Yeah, it's actually pretty. You're right. Those sports communities are really small.
Well, it's crazy because Cliff Kingsbury was in Tom Brady's wedding, wasn't he?
Yeah, because he got drafted by the Patriots and he was a backup quarterback for Tom Brady.
Yeah, they were kind of in the quarterback room together.
Belichick's
became
a
friends.
big Cliff Kingsbury fan. As his mind, he likes his mind, his brain.
Well, then when Jake Spavital was the head coach at Texas State and was a good friend, he used to talk to Cliff every day.
Mm-hmm.
Like he'd be driving to work from New Braunfels up to San Marcos, and he'd call Cliff. They worked together at Texas A&M.
Yep.
With the Johnny Manziel days.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's just
this communities are small, man. They're small.
Baseball's the same, man. We'll get Ty Harrington on the show, and he'll know every one of those guys, right?
He'll
know Jeff. He knows Sparky.
Harch was like that. Every time Harch be like, "Oh, I know that dude," or he'd know somebody that know that dude.
That's
it's
right.
all based
That's right.
because the communities are so small.
It is. It is very cool, and this is what makes this kind of like the Texas A&M rivalry coming back next year down at College Station. That's what this baseball series is like. It's like, oh man.
So familiar. There's so much familiarity
in both organizations, behind the scenes. You see, obviously, Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy have managed against one another and played against one another. Gosh, for decades now.
Even the fans, that's familiarity even with the fans. Because in the
Verlander and Scherzer were on the same team this year when the season started.
That is kind of creepy, actually. I didn't think about that, but you're right. That is kind of creepy.
And now they're pitching against each other. Obviously, Scherzer has been announced, if you missed it, as the Game 2 starter on Monday against Framber Valdez. Yeah, Bruce Bochy did say, and now at least it's been listed at MLB.com, that if Max Scherzer did come back, he was coming back to start and wasn't going to be out of the bullpen.
No bullpen stuff, huh? No. So he's ready then.
I guess. And that if he's right, that gives them a much deeper rotation because now you can go Eovaldi, who's been great, Scherzer, and then Jordan Montgomery, who's been their best pitcher the last month or so since acquiring him at the trade deadline. So Astros will go with Verlander, Framber Valdez, and Christian Javier, their top 3 in this series. But yes, the familiarity is just off the charts. And the fan bases, and it'll divide this show. It'll divide households. It's going to be good, man.
It is. Like I say,
and we've never had it before. I mean, the Astros moved into the American League in 2013. And, of course, the Astros were terrible when they first got there, right? They're all the 100-loss seasons when they got to the American League. And the Rangers were really good, right? Rangers were in the World Series in 2011.
Yep.
And I gave you that stat before we get to Rod's rant because this is a stat. You'll love this stat, Rod. And I got to give credit to my man Bob Ballou. My man Bob Ballou over at CBS Austin.
Bob Ballou's always working
But
hard.
I think he quoted it from somebody else, and I want to give credit because this is an incredible. Think about this, Ty, and I mentioned it to Gene Watson. But this is unbelievable. In the last 7 seasons, the Astros have owned the Rangers 79-39.
That's crazy.
So they're 40 games over 500, including dominating this year. So 40 over. In the 7 seasons prior to that, the Rangers were 40 games over, 67-27. And we had Gene Watson telling us that his buddy A.J. Hinch came to him and said, "How do I break this?" He said, "Start a fight." And they had a big branches clearing brawl.
Yeah.
Like the Astros finally had to just have it out with the Rangers and
exercise them demons, man.
And just get tired of getting beat by these guys. And so for 14 years now, if you look at it, Rod, and this is according to Matt McLaren, who came up with this stat. He's with the ticket up in Dallas. Okay, Matt McLaren has done the numbers. And in the last 14 years, they're 106 and 106 against one another. If you take both, right? Both have had 2 long 7-season stretches of dominance.
Yeah.
And now they meet.
Now both of it.
And now they meet, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait, man.
Yeah, I agree. The build up and suspense, it's killing me. I'm ready to get it on. Let's go.
Sunday night.
Yeah, let's go.
And then the quick turnaround for Monday afternoon ahead of the Cowboys Monday Night Football game. They'll play game 2. That'll be pretty awesome. Hey, let's get Rod's rant in this 9 o'clock hour.
Let's do it.
Deep dive conversations with RB.
All right. Now I want to talk a little bit about it. Two stories that are out there right now in the NFL that one kind of get under the radar, and one is the overwhelming most popular headline in the NFL right now is about Taylor Swift, of course, and her going to all of Travis, not all of them, but 3 of Travis Kelce's games since they've started becoming an item of sorts. And she really likes Travis Kelce. She's got to, because the games she's gone to have been terrible games. But they are just terrible teams, but they're in the prime time, as he said, so she gets her prime time moment. She gets that love. So one of the other stories, though, and we'll come back to the Taylor Swift thing, I promise you. Tyreek Hill. Fastest man in the NFL. And he has started an unofficial campaign, if you will, to get an NFL-led flag football team together for international competition. For those who don't know, flag football was proposed as one of the handful of new sports at the 2028 Summer Olympics. And Cheetah said, calling all NFL guys, let's bring home one. So he wants to not only have it become an official Olympic sport, but he'd also like the NFL guys to participate in it. He's not that far off. The NFL is very interested in flag football for a lot of reasons. First of all, the NFL is spending $1 billion annually to grow the game internationally, like on a international scale, so different countries around the world. And they project 50 million new international consumers in the next 10 years. And by the way, the NFL is big about expanding their revenue base, and they're running out of ways to make money, right? In the continental United States, they want to expand the brand of the most popular sport and the most popular TV show in America. They want to go international. And they figured out that it's tough because no other countries want to embrace actual American football. Yeah, maybe the violence, but also it's expensive. Pads, all that kind of stuff, right? The most popular sports around the country, a lot of them, they're less expensive to participate in than football. And the NFL's figured out, a friend of mine actually works in the NFL front office, and I came up with this theory based on some of the conversations I had with him. The NFL's got now a candy cigarette type mentality, right? And I call it the candy cigarette theory, is because the NFL is doing their best now to expand the footprint of the NFL, but they want to do it via the kids for different reasons. And that makes a lot of sense. But that's why flag football is so important for them, because flag football, not only can they can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They can make the game more palatable to young people. All right, young people want to play flag football. And internationally, since countries don't want to really invest in, and they don't necessarily want to devote themselves to American football with the pads and everything, flag football seems like an easier transition. Now, remember, the IOC did actually recognize, or at least recently, they recognized the Federation for American Football as a governing body, which is a big deal. All right, the Federation for American Football. That means that basically now the IOC, all right, will consider American football as some of its proposed sports in the international competition for the Olympics. And I saw this too, the Super Bowl weekend, just last Super Bowl weekend, there was a USA versus Mexico flag football exhibition. I thought to myself, oh, that was interesting. Yeah, it was under the radar. Nobody cared about it. Mexico won, I believe. But it was a USA-Mexico flag football exhibition. And now flag football has what they call the World Flag Football Games. The NFL is heavily invested in this, right? They're investing in it because they want to grow the game, period, on the international scale. So now Japan, Mexico, France, Germany, and Brazil have all participated in these World Flag Football Games. Now, keep in mind, the NFL wants to play more games, and they have been playing more games in Europe. They had NFL Europe for a while, didn't work out, but now they're playing more games in Europe specifically. And based on the IFAF, International Federation for American Football, they say 20 million players, flag football players, now are participating in flag football in 100 countries. 72 nations, IFAF. Japan has 500,000 elementary school children playing flag football. the 100,000 in Mexico playing flag football. These are in schools.
This is where you got to grow them.
This is where you grow them, exactly. You want to get them hooked on
This
earth.
is very similar
It's
to
a
the
candy
NBA.
cigarette. Yes, it's kind of a candy. Is this?
Remember when the Dream Team went, the NBA, it was an American sport. It was dominated by America. The world was just getting going with basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And now, best players are coming from around the world to play in the NBA.
Damn right. The MVPs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best 5 players are from not this country. And, of course, basketball was invented here.
Yeah.
Dr. Frank
So
Naismith.
you got to grow fans, and you grow also
Talent.
your talent pool grows too. You want to grow that as well. And flag football is actually, how about this, guys? It's overtaking tackle football in international participation opportunities. There's more chances to play flag football around the world than there is to play actual tackle football.
You know, one of the reasons soccer is the most popular sport in the world is it's so affordable. I mean, all you need is a ball and a field and some, make 2 goals.
Exactly. And here's the key, though. This is the key, and this is happening, like I said, everywhere, including in the United States. California has approved a plan for flag football to be officially sanctioned as a high school sport.
Oh wow!
And this is what, and this actually the NFL's working hard to support this, and the reason is because it's not necessarily for the men and for the boys; it's for women.
Oh wow!
The NFL, because the NFL's got a big problem with women. And the big problem with women is women watch the NFL, they watch it and they love it. They want to endorse it, meaning endorse it, have their young sons want to play it. That's the issue, right? So that's why the NFL hates when in the preseason you had 2 games suspended or have to stop and discontinue 2 games because you had an injury. Moms see that, moms go, I don't want my son playing that game. That's a dangerous game, right? When you see Tua on the field and he has to be carted off, or they bring on, health professionals to help him because he's got a concussion, that the NFL doesn't like that scene. DeMar Hamlin, they don't like that scene because that scene affects moms. And then moms go, I don't want my son playing that game. So instead of trying to convince moms that the NFL is not dangerous when moms know that the NFL is dangerous because it's football, they figure, let's use the candy cigarettes to get young girls hooked on the NFL sooner. And what's the best way to get somebody really invested in football? To play it.
Play it, yeah.
To play it. Then you learn it. Then you're like, I know what a first down is. I know it. And they want the young girls to play it so that they learn to love it. I actually, in Westlake, I got some little cousins. They had, and Coach McWilliams, actually, his granddaughter was in it. They had an all-girls flag football team that was wrecking the young boys out there, wrecking them.
Arizona has a high school teams now. They have over 40 programs.
California is about to do it too, where girls can participate in flag football. And guys, this is the candy cigarette. Because now, instead of trying to convince moms that football's not dangerous, I don't have to. I can just convince the little girls that football's cool, that football's fun. And they may not play it. They may not play tackle football in high school, but if I can get them at least playing flag football, they'll understand the game and they'll like the game more. And that's the key to their candy cigarette theory with the NFL. And that's where Taylor Swift comes in. That's where they want Taylor Swift. They want to double down on their candy cigarette to young girls, which is flag football, and go, hey, even Taylor Swift's at the games. So you get a young lady who's playing flag football around this time, who's also a big Taylor Swift fan, and boom, you can start inundating her from both sides and turning her into an NFL fan. And that's what the NFL wants. That is the reason they got Toy Story broadcast and Nickelodeon broadcast now. That's the reason for it. They're putting candy cigarettes out there on multiple levels. For those who don't know the candy cigarette thing, back in the day, the theory was that cigarette companies, they endorsed the candy cigarette because kids would mimic smokers with candy cigarettes, and they grew up, they became smokers, which there's some credence to that, I think. I became a smoker, and you love the candy cigarette.
Well,
the big
and back
chew.
when a lot of parents were smoking, they just wanted to be like their parents.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Be like your parents. So keep that in mind with the Taylor Swift thing. And by the way, the numbers for the Taylor Swift broadcast, at least when she went to the Jets game, I believe it was. Remember, one of the big numbers was the spike in viewership from teen girls. From teen girls 12 to 17, they saw a 53% spike in viewership. The Dallas Cowboys last game versus the 49ers, girls 12 to 24, that number was nearly up 20% from the Jets-Chiefs game. So the NFL is now tracking. They're tracking it public. They want people to know that women and girls are watching football more so they can get girls and women to feel more comfortable watching football. Candy cigarette. All day, every day.
Great stuff,
It's
Rod
brilliant.
Babers.
It's brilliant.
It is. And that would lead to people that say if this thing's all a setup with Travis Kelce and the NFL's involved, what's it in it for the NFL? That would be the reason right there.
Mm-hmm.
Big picture, thinking long term, playing chess while
Exactly.
Everybody's playing checkers. Hey, we'll come back. When we do, it's all who said that? Who said it? I got some good stuff, including a new star who'll be wearing burnt orange this year. Some other who said that's coming next. Time for Who Said That? Who said it?
Who said that?
Let's replay some audio and try to decide who it is. Also, next hour, we will finalize our bet, Astros-Rangers. Also, Ty and I will go head-to-head, 5 picks in the college and pro football ranks. You ready for that, T.Y.?
Yeah, I got them ready. Locked and loaded.
Me too. Locked and loaded. Let me play this for you, Rod. Who said this recently?
All right, B.A. Nick, nobody in Major League history has hit 2 home runs on back-to-back postseason games, but you just did, and you guys are headed to the NLCS.
Where's the question in that?
There's no question.
Well, thank you for telling me.
I thought you'd be happy with that.
I am, man, but we got 8 more wins.
There you go.
I don't know who said that. That's pretty good. Who said that? Who said that?
Well, who said that? That's Nick Castellanos.
Okay, I wasn't gonna get it, but there you go. I like that though. Was that a question there?
I know. I love that. I mean,
is that a question? No.
Well, because if you watch the game last night, he hit 2 bombs, and Spencer Strider, the pitcher for the Braves, has not given up a home run on a pitch he's thrown over. He throws 100 miles an hour. He has not given up one all year long. I don't think in his career he's given up a long ball on a 100-mile-an-hour plus pitch, which Castellanos turned around, absolutely bombed it. And one of the cool storylines last night was his son was sitting in the front row, like right by the dugout. He hadn't been to a game all year because he was in school. So he got to go to this game, and his dad was pointing at him as he hit these home runs like a 7-year-old kid. It was pretty awesome. But then they interview him, and the guy Matt Weiner is like he's going to get some cool comment, and he's like, "Yeah, was there a question there?" But he was just like cold as ice. He was just like, I mean, you're a playoff hero. You've just hit 2 home runs back-to-back nights. Say something. He's like, "Was there a question there? Thanks for telling me."
Right? Thank you. I already know that.
He was ice cold, man.
We had another F-bomb on Fox Sports too with him.
Really?
Yeah. He was doing an interview, and they're like, "Oh, like you love," like basically talking about Philly, and he was like, "Yeah, I F with Philly."
Man, it didn't during the interview.
Yeah.
Man, people are getting casual with the F-bombs. I blame.
Is there not a delay?
You would think. I just don't. I'm with you. Maybe there's. I always thought there was one, even when you go live, but maybe there's not. I don't know.
I mean, after the Justin Verlander 2 days ago, where it was 45 seconds of F-bombs.
yeah, you can't do anything about that one. You've lapsed already. Any type of buffer you got. Okay. Who said that? Ty, hit us with some audio. Who said that?
My guy, but I'm gonna say this: laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're gonna put it just like that. I ain't gonna put too much on it. You gonna make it personal? We can make it personal.
Wow.
I think it was already personal before the game started. Now 42-10. I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Ooh, wee.
Smack.
First one was Micah, of course. We heard that audio earlier this week. But then that was a response by a 49er player. Who said that, E?
I don't know who that was.
That was Deebo Samuel. Deebo said, "Hey, man, next time might be a little bit worse. It was already personal for us before that 42-10 butt whipping we put on you. But now."
Cowboys have a mental game on Monday night. And that is a mental game.
It's
Can they
huge.
get back? And they're facing their former OC, Kellen Moore.
Yes, sir.
With a week to prepare, extra week because they've had the bye. They're healthy. Austin Eckler's coming back. Cowboys have to be able to get back up after getting knocked the blank out. Who said this, Rod? This will be an interesting person to cover this year.
I think for me was a position where I felt really confident in us, our ability to win. Having the right pieces around, the right play style, and another huge thing for me was that coaching piece of having a good relationship with the coaching staff. Made sure we were on the same page, the visions he saw for me, and what I seen for myself as well.
Wow. Why do I feel like that's a basketball player?
You got it.
Texas basketball?
Yes, that is Max
Max
Asmus. Max Asmus.
That's where I was going, actually.
You had it.
That was where I was going.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good. Okay.
Yeah, Max Asmus was named to the preseason All-Big 12 team yesterday by the Big 12's coaches, so they know how good this kid is, too.
Mm-hmm.
First team. There's only one team in the preseason All-Big 12, so 5 players. But Max Asmus, who right now, Rod, is the NCAA current career leader in scoring.
That's crazy.
And
That's
points
wild.
per game.
Guy's a bucket. He's a walking bucket.
And with Oral Roberts in 4 years, he averaged almost 21 points a game. And he had a career as a sophomore. He scored 24.5 points per game. He is a bucket.
He's fun to watch, actually. I watched some film on him. He's fun to watch. So.
When you put he and Tyrese Hunter, who, remember we heard the story on Tyrese Hunter. We'll talk more basketball as we get closer, but he had an issue that's like a genetic thing that leads to cramping that he didn't know about, and he kept cramping up last year, and they couldn't figure out why. They were hydrating him. Well, now he's on medication, and you can expect remember Tyrese Hunter was the freshman of the year in the Big 12, battled the cramping issues here at Texas. Now he's a junior. I think you could see that being as dynamic a backcourt as there is in college basketball this year.
I'm with you. There's no doubt it's going to be explosive. Prolific is what we're expecting from that group. Okay, I wanted to play a 2 pieces of sound, but one we can't. We can play it on the other side in at 10 o'clock because I think it's actually one that we should discuss. It's actually pretty funny too. But here's a shorter piece of audio that I think we do have time for. Who said that? Hit me, Ty.
The reality is they're really good at it. It feels like the quarterback is wearing a bulletproof vest when you look at him. He's got all that padding on, but whether they get it, we're going to do our best to try to stop it. And quarterback's got and they do a lot of stuff off it too. They got reverses, they got pop passes, they got stretch plays. They do a lot. So you got to be sound, you got to be disciplined. So we'll do our best in that regard. But if the quarterback carries the ball, we got to give him 11 kisses and just figure out a way to do that. So.
All right, who said that?
Is that Robert Saleh?
Yes, it was. Talking about defending the tush push, a.k.a. the brotherly shove, which they say is a more PC name than tush push.
I think I saw, who was it? Houston Cougars did the tush push last night?
Yeah, they tried it. I mean, everybody's tried it now at least once. Hell, Texas tried it and screwed it up once.
Against Alabama, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's tried and screwed it up at least once, because everybody can't do it. But
I'm with the thing. We played in, who said that yesterday? Jason Kelsey talking about eventually they'll start faking injuries so they can get this thing banned, which I wouldn't be surprised.
I know, that sucks just because y'all can't stop it.
Yeah.
Just because they can't stop, now the NFL is going to try to cheat. I'm surprised they didn't disallow it, though, with the rule changes. They decided to keep it going, which I like. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's
a play within the rules. It's a legal play.
You can't make
Nobody's cheating. Just mad because you ain't think of it first.
By the way, there was one of the worst roughing the quarterback calls I've ever seen last night in that Chiefs game, which we'll talk about in our next hour. We'll make 5 picks. We'll finalize our bet on the LCS coming up, and we'll got what's popping before the end of the hour. We're having fun with you on a Football Friday. What's that, Mega Rod?
Ooh, a freak flag. Feel good. Fake it till you make it. Ric Flair. Woo! Football Friday. Hook 'em up with Ian Rob B.
Oh, it is the fabulous fifth quarter on
yes, sir.
A Friday. That makes it the final hour of the week, the 25th hour of our 5-hour, 5-day-a-week extravaganza. We call it Hook 'em Up. What do you got there, T.Y., on a live music Friday?
A little Mount Joy.
Mount Joy.
They'll be at ACL this weekend.
They'll be at ACL this weekend. All right. So also Kendrick Lamar will play his full set tonight, Rod, I think. No plane issues tonight.
I think he'll get it early, considering.
And I bet he puts on, because Kendrick Lamar puts on one of the best live shows of any artist.
Yeah, he's a performer.
And
really good, too.
It was a coming-of-age concert the last time. 2 times ago, he was at ACL for me.
And you saw it?
Oh,
well,
in the rain.
And obviously, last week he was disappointed to only get to play for 20 minutes because he had a private plane issue and, just didn't, outside of his control. But at the same time, he tried to get there. And then when he got there, the curfew was gonna come down on him. So I would imagine he puts on one. I mean, he's gonna do it anyway, but I bet there's something special that is like I gotta go above and beyond here, Rod.
Yeah, no, I think he will because he's, from what I've heard though, he takes a lot of pride in his performance. That's why it's such a detailed show, a spectacle. He's one of the few rappers that does that, by the way, too, which I like. So
yeah, it should be tremendous, and he's a showman without a doubt, and that's part of the show all weekend long with ACL plus all the live music that's out there.
I think he said he was done making music though too. He was like retiring.
He's too young for that, isn't he?
No, I want to say he said he was done like making albums. Sometimes people, like Drake, just said he was not going to make music for a while after his latest album.
Taking a break.
And I think it's a break, but I want to say Kendrick Lamar said he was like retiring at one point. He wasn't going to make music anymore. We'll see.
Well, if
after his last album.
Well, for people like him and that are that gifted and the art is the thing. If it's not coming through you, then maybe you can't make it until it comes back again, right?
Well, and he made and this is what the Black Puma's dealing with too. His first album was iconic.
Good Kid, Mad City.
Yeah, right. And you get it's hard to keep following up great albums. I want to say he hasn't. I don't know if he's made a bad one. I don't know if he's got one that's bad, and it's hard to keep that level, that standard when everybody's expecting every time you put out an album. All right, it's gonna be. It's going to top the last one, and it's going to be one of the greatest albums of all time in that particular genre. That's a hard expectation to try to meet all the time.
That's my number one rap album of all time.
Is it really?
Kendrick Lamar?
Yeah, no, it was.
Kid, Mad City.
Yeah, it was iconic. I mean,
it's a story.
bangers.
If you track 1 through 15, it all melds together, and it's like he's storytelling. It's awesome.
No, I'm with that.
All right, there you go. So that'll be the showcase tonight. Hopefully he gets the full set in this evening. And weather looking good. It's going to be a little warm today, almost 90 degrees, Rod. But then, man, 80s and into the 70s by Sunday for day 3. And for your football watching baseball Sunday night, all those. We're going to make 5 picks. Rod, Ty and I'll go head-to-head on 5 picks in college and pro.
Nice.
Didn't get to do it last week because Ty was out sick, but we'll get it today. We're also going to finalize that bet, and we're going to recap and get you ready for Rangers-Astros on Sunday night. And we got to see some football last night. Pretty good. Can we play the closing minutes of the West Virginia-Houston game? This game was bonkers. While the NFL game was kind of was running in slow motion. Patrick Mahomes and his team were moving the ball but couldn't get it in the end zone. The Denver Broncos were just awful last night. I mean,
actually, their defense was better. It's probably because of the conditions.
Yeah, the wind.
Anything. But the offense, it was just dreadful. I mean, they can't move the football down the field. The receivers aren't a threat down the field, and Russell Wilson's a dink and dunk. Check down Charlie, what they used to call him back in the day. The check down Charlie quarterback.
They give you their first 8 drives of the game, turned over on downs after 9 plays, interception, punt, interception, punt.
That's ugly.
And by that time, they were down big number, and they scored a touchdown with 9 minutes to go. With a great catch, by the way, on the one Denver touchdown, Cortland Sutton, the former SMU Mustang. Then they fumbled at the end of the game when they were down.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about that. Yeah, because they could have covered the number. Could have helped Ty out. Come on, man.
Yeah, and the young running back put it on the ground there. McLaughlin. But that game was not fun.
That was a dud. But the other one, the college football game.
Oh, well, let's hear. So here was
fantastic.
So back and forth. There were 9 lead changes in all in this game. 9. I think there were like 5 in the fourth quarter.
It was one of the best second halves I've ever seen. It was amazing second half of football.
It reminded you a little bit, just not on as grand a scale, the TCU Michigan game last year. In the semifinal, what was just like off the chain in the second half.
Trading haymakers.
Oh, my gosh. And there's like big play after big play. And I think this was, I don't think this was two lesser quality teams than that, but they were having a good time down in Houston. So as it looked like it settled down, Rod, it looked like Houston was going to settle in and win this game. They were up by 12 points, up 11 points. They were up 35-24 with like 4 minutes to go in the game. So all good, right? You're up 2 scores, 4 minutes, you're going to win this game.
You think.
Well, they score. Then they get the ball back, and they hit. How about this? With 25 seconds to go, they're still trailing. And from the 50-yard line, here you go on a big 4th and 10.
An interception earlier. 4th and 10, ball game on the line. Green's pass, caught! Wow. And look out! It's Clement! He might score! He does score! Touchdown, West Virginia!
Only his second catch of the night. That was the tight end, Hudson Clement.
It's amazing.
He rumbles 50 yards for the touchdown, broke a tackle, terrible defense by Houston, and all of a sudden the lead is gone. And so now Houston is trailing.
With 12 seconds left?
12 seconds. West Virginia gets a overexcited penalty.
Oh, yeah, to get unsportsmanlike.
15-yard penalty.
Excessive celebration.
And it was a huge play, right? They just snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. So they get 15 yards. So West Virginia's got a kick off from the 20, which leads to good field position. So with 12 seconds left, Donovan, I think they fair caught it too, which led to really good field position. So Donovan Smith, their quarterback, throws a quick out to get 15 yards up the field, and then they're at midfield, and the old Hail Mary play, Rod. Here we go.
Best completions in a row. This will be his last, and it's for the football game. If he can get it off. To the end zone. Tipped, and he caught it. It's touchdown. Holy Toledo. Stephon Jackson does it again.
That's wild.
6 touchdowns scored in the 4th quarter.
I watched it and I couldn't believe it at the time. I was like, man, this kid. And they made the first quarter the first half compared to the second half was relatively calm. It was like a normal football game.
14-10 at the half.
Yeah, it's like, okay, there you go. All right, these teams are going back at it. And they made some adjustments, the adjustment of all adjustments. Both teams saw something to expose in the other team's secondary because they started just chunking the football. Both of them teams, U of H always abandons the run because they're old school air raid, Dana Holgerson. But West Virginia, who likes to control the ball and run the football, they were sucked into a shootout with U of H. And I didn't think their quarterback, Garrett Green, because Garrett Green went into this game completing, I want to say 52% of his passes.
He threw for 400.
He was not a quarterback that they want to be, being lopsided and being unbalanced with, right? They would like to be balanced offense and control the ball, run the football. Man, they were predictable passing offense the entire second half. They just threw the football.
Well, Houston and Dana Holgerson, he
lit him up,
collapsed to stop C.J. Donaldson, their running back, and
he wasn't great though.
No, that's what I'm saying. They put the emphasis on him. Garrett Green ended up throwing. He only completed 50% of his balls, but he threw for 391 and 2 touchdowns.
They were all deep shots down the field.
Listen to this on the Houston radio call, Houston Cougars radio call. This one's because listen to they're like depressed at the beginning of this because they just lost this game, right? Or they lost this game. They were winning.
They're getting ready to trash the coach.
Double digits. Dana Holgerson's going to be
on the hot
to his
seat.
Former team. Yeah. Everybody's mad. They're going to be 2-4, and so listen to this. Then hear obviously what happens when the ball gets tipped.
Back to pass, Donovan Smith. Smith steps up in the pocket, unloads it, throws it all the way downfield into the end zone, tipped, and it is caught by the Cougars, caught for a touchdown, unbelievable, caught by Stephon Johnson. The ball was tipped up in the air, and the Cougars win the game on the final play. Unreal. The Cougars, first ever Big 12 conference win.
4-on-7. I just went and looked at it. They ended up rushing 3, but then they kept the linebacker in. That linebacker they always keep.
What's he doing?
They got us in no man's land. Teams always do that. They put like a spy there. It's like, who gives a damn about what he's going to do? Run down there for the touchdown? It's not Vince Young. Like, why would you have that man in no man's land? I'm with you, and coach,
Drew Sanders.
Yeah, just decide, you know what? We're going to just put all of our guys in the front. They should just rush 4. And so they rushed 3, had one guy in no man's land. That was a linebacker. I guess he was spying. And then they had 7-on-4 because there were 4 wide receivers that were going down for the Hail Mary. They still should have been able to put a body on everybody. All right, a body on each person there, and then still have a defender left to play the football, multiple defenders left to play the football, and they just got beat.
I mean,
he's got
and that's
Hail
where
Mary.
we talked about Drew Sanders was with yesterday in this hour, if you remember.
Got
And he said he
executed.
stole that play from Houston or from Oklahoma on Saturday, and they've already implemented it into their game plan to rush five, to not let the quarterback, because it's a long developing play. The receivers have to run 50 yards down the field and get turned around before that play can actually work. And so if you rush the quarterback and make him throw off platform and chase him out of the pocket, it really disrupts that whole play because it was too easy for Donovan Smith. So there's the wild game last. I just said that went from bad beat to miracle cover for T.Y. Yeah. Now, if you were gambling on that game, either side, you were on a roller coaster last night.
You had two go-ahead touchdowns in the final 12 seconds of that game.
I didn't even watch it live either.
I did.
I was at the concert. And
I
pulled up on my
watched
phone
it.
in the middle of it.
And because it was so funny to watch, because when they blew the 50-yard touchdown West Virginia threw was on 4th and 10. I mean, if they get a stop,
unlikely too.
If they get a stop, the game's over.
Yeah.
And it goes for 6.
So that's when Dana Hooks is on the sideline melting down like, you got to be effing kidding me,
he
man.
threw his headset down.
He was
so mad.
He was so upset.
And then so that's why I stuck around and watched the Hail Mary, because it just was a weird game. So I felt like I got to see this. Because now they got a 15-yard penalty. I'm gonna have to watch this Hail Mary because it just feels like there could be something.
Could have been Texas last week.
Could have been.
It could have been
but
Texas
that's where you
last
give
week.
Oklahoma's coaches credit. They forced that issue, and Texas, they didn't have time because Quinn Ewers was under pressure because of the 5-man rush they brought.
I will say I like U of H's receivers, though. I like them. They're fast. They're shifty.
I also like Texas receivers against that secondary, by the way.
I like that too.
But I Texas should be able to score a lot of points.
I think their
in that
receivers might make some plays against our secondary in Texas.
But look,
secondary.
now you'll start looking forward and watch that game and think, okay, Texas, because in the 4-0 start for Texas in the first month, they played a lot of run-based teams that like to run the ball and
with backup quarterbacks.
in 3 occasions, and then Oklahoma was a pass-based team that really threatened your secondary. And your secondary took some injuries, and you didn't tackle very well, and a lot of yards after catch, and all those things. Donovan Smith that's a pass-first offense for.
Yeah, and
Dana
he can
Holgorsen.
move. He can move. We know he can move. He's not like super athletic, but he can replicate some of the things you did with Dylan Gabriel. I mean, he can do a quarterback draw.
Sure. Well, but
he can't throw as
prepare,
accurate as Dylan Gabriel.
And he's a big guy, and so it's one of those where you feel like Houston will score some points, but at the same time, Texas. If Garrett Green can throw for 400, I mean, you got to feel like Texas and Xavier Worthy, a healthier Jatavion Sanders should be able to have a big day offensively.
They'll be able to move the ball, but can they score in the red zone?
That's great. That's exactly right.
And I think teams will play Texas the same way. Bend but don't break. Give them whatever they want in between the 20s. Because you know what? I can't stop them anyway in between 20s. Why am I going to waste my time and energy? What I'll do in between 20s against Texas is roll the dice. I'll try to force turnovers. Just roll the dice, blitz a lot, play some funky coverages, try to force Quinn to make some mistakes. Then in between the 20s, that's when you make your back in the red zone. That's when you make your stand in the red zone.
Or you just play that umbrella defense and don't give up anything big. I mean, don't take the risk to give yourself up a big play, because as we said, all you got to do is go watch the Alabama and the Oklahoma game where they got in the red zone over and over and didn't score any points. I mean, it's just. That's a problem. I mean, they're averaging 35 points a game, which is top 30 nationally, but
they've scored more touchdowns from outside the red zone than inside the red zone.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, so like I said, you can go multiple ways. If you're trying to stay in the game with Texas, I think you go ease route. Just keep the top on the defense and make them work the hard, and make them earn everything, including in the red zone where they're at their worst offensively, which is in the red zone, 122nd in touchdown percentage in the red zone. I'm trying to beat Texas, so I'm rolling the dice. I'm gonna blitz him a little bit more. I'm gonna show some looks that Quinn hasn't seen because I need him to make some mistakes so I can beat Texas. That's what Oklahoma did. They took some more chances in between so they can beat Texas. The other teams, they just want to stay in a game with Texas, so they want to play bend but don't break. I need to be trying to beat them, and I think you'll get some of that. I think most teams will go with what you said, E, because they don't have the talent to be able to keep up with Texas. Oklahoma
and that's
did.
right. And Baylor tried to do that, and Texas just ran the ball. And Jonathan Brooks was just phenomenal. But 9 trips into the red zone against Alabama and Oklahoma, 2 touchdowns.
There you go.
2 touchdowns in 9 trips, 4 field goals and a missed field goal and a turnover on downs and an interception.
And the point is, most teams won't have the talent that Oklahoma and Bama have.
Right.
So I don't know if they can replicate it. But if you want to win a championship, But you got to solve that issue because you're going to see a team like that to play it for a championship.
Oh, no question. Yeah. This says they can't block the Texas defense. That's also a problem. That the Texas defensive line should be pretty darn good in that game.
Yes, but think about it, guys. That was also, we said the same thing about Oklahoma. So let's not get too cocky and arrogant. We said the same. What did Oklahoma do to neutralize the pressure from Texas? What'd they do? Tempo. All right? All air raid offenses have it in their repertoire.
Go fast.
Right? So they can just go fast. Tempo gave Texas a lot of issues. They gave the D-line issues, which gave Jalen Ford issues, which gave the secondary issues. So tempo can be a big thing that they could replicate that Oklahoma was able to exploit Texas with, and the quarterback run game, the quarterback draws. All right, that made Texas a less aggressive team, put them on their heels, challenged their pass rushing lanes. All right, these are all things that Oklahoma did that Oklahoma did that U of H could replicate. Now, could they do them as well as Oklahoma? No, but they could give Texas some issues.
Yeah, you're right about that. All right, so we got another week, 8 days to get ready for that big game, which is going to be fun. Texas and Houston next Saturday. They haven't played against Houston in like 20 plus years. They haven't played Houston since they played that game in the Erector set in that old stadium they have. Remember that?
I think I was playing back then.
Yeah, and they wanted to. Houston tried to add stands and more, and they were rickety. And Longhorn fans were up there like
temporary bleachers.
Oh, yeah. It was after that game that the Lost Dot says never again, and we'll never play this group again.
Well,
that's not happening.
Well, now maybe for the last time.
Now it's a conference game.
Maybe for the last time.
There you go. Hey, before we get to the timeout and get to the burnt orange curtain, also what's popping before the hour. Ty, you ready to go? 5 picks?
No, let's do it.
College and pro football, let's do it. Head them up. Let's go. What do you got? 5 picks. What's your
first?
My first? I'm gonna take Miami Hurricanes at North Carolina, getting 3 points. I think Mac Brown's team loses their first game. I think Miami bounces back in this game.
Wow.
Really believe that. And they're getting 3 on the road. Might even be 3.5 in some places. I think Miami responds to Mario Cristobal's ridiculousness last week. And I still think UNC's defense is not up to snuff. I think it'd be a shootout, but I'm going to take Miami on the road.
Okay, I'll go with Notre Dame minus 2.5 at home against USC.
Ooh, that's a sexy pick right there, Ty.
I think too physical. That USC defense is not going to be able to stop Sam Hartman at home.
What's your thought on that, Rod? Where are you on Notre Dame?
I don't know how Notre Dame's going to outscore USC, but I don't think USC can stop anybody.
I watched Notre Dame because they played the Ohio State game, they played the Duke game, and then they lost to Louisville. This is just a tough stretch for them. USC's about to start their tough stretch. Now, they just played into triple overtime with Arizona, but I like that. Ty takes Notre Dame. What is the current line, Ty?
2.5. Minus 2.5.
They're getting 2.5 at home, so the home dog at touchdown.
No. They're up. They're minus 2.5.
Okay. What?
USC is?
No, I'm taking Notre Dame.
So Notre Dame's favored?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I think.
By 2.5. All right, Notre Dame less than a field goal is what you're doing. Gotcha. All right, I've got the Oregon Ducks getting 3 points at Washington. I got the Oregon Ducks. I think the Oregon team is the more balanced team. As much as I like Michael Penix, as much as I like those 3 NFL receivers they throw out there, I think Oregon's defense is better. Oregon is top 7 nationally in total defense. They've played. I watched them play that shootout against Texas Tech. They're kind of built for these games. They can shut you down. They're more balanced on the ground as well. So I'm going to get 3 points. I'm taking Oregon. It'll be a hostile environment in Seattle, but I like Oregon in a shootout.
I like that. It's a good pick.
Okay, I'm going to go with Purdue.
Purdue, the Boilermakers.
And Hudson Card, plus 19.5 at home against Ohio State.
Ooh, Ohio State always seems to struggle in West Lafayette.
That's my only line of thinking here.
You like that? Okay. Ohio State maybe found their sea legs a little bit, but they struggled. Here's the biggest problem with Ohio State right now, Rod, is offensive line. They're just not that good right now up front. They had 3 guys that were drafted into the NFL off that line from last year. I don't think they've replaced them. Of course, they don't have C.J. Stroud any longer.
Yeah, that hurts a little bit.
That does.
Considering how well he's playing. Guy was next level.
Hey, Rod, I'm going with Ty's alma mater. Give me Texas State.
Hey.
Texas State Bobcats at home, getting 16.5 points against UL Monroe.
Hey, man.
UL Monroe.
Texas
Warhawks.
State.
Warhawks.
I'll take that, too. Texas State, they're one of the top 5 most explosive offenses right now in the country. And they have the biggest offensive turnaround in the country. No offense has improved more from last year to this year than Texas State. How about that?
UL Monroe. Yeah. I'm taking it because that was a really disappointing game for them last week. They were winning I don't know the history of Texas State, but they rarely win at Louisiana against the Raging Cajuns in Ruston. And they had that damn game. And they let it get away from them in the last 5 minutes. I'm assuming it was a hard week of practice, and Monroe's no good. And so Texas State should run it up and put up a big number on them at home on Saturday. What's your third pick, Ty?
I'm going to go with OK State as home dogs against Kansas +3.
Ooh.
That's a good one. I'll tell you why.
Is Jalen
I like
Daniels playing?
I don't think he is. I'm not sure.
Don't matter.
Oh, you don't even care if he is?
Mm-mm.
I'll tell you why that's a good pick, because I believe Mike Gundy, as an underdog, has won 8 of 9 home games as an underdog.
Damn.
He's great as a home dog. He's money as a home dog. That's a good pick.
And he surprised everybody last Friday night when they beat K-State outright.
Home dog.
3 turnovers.
Something about being a home dog with him.
Yeah, he takes it personal.
Yeah. Nice.
He takes it personal. He doesn't like being that home dog. And of course, he played quarterback at Texas at Oklahoma State way back. So he's prideful in his Cowboys,
and he finally picked a quarterback. Finally picked himself a quarterback.
Going with Bowman. Remember the former Texas Tech quarterback who went to Michigan, now at Texas Tech? Alan Bowman is the man there. Okay, next pick for me is going to be which one do I want? I've got some selections here. I'm trying to choose which one I like the best here. I'm going to take the Utah Utes. They're minus 13.5. Ty and Rod. They're playing Cal. I think they're going to blow them out.
I can see that.
I think that's a blowout. I like Utah.
Yeah, Utah's a tough team. Are they at home?
I think Cam Rising is coming back.
Okay.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah. Cal's not a good team, so I know that's almost a 2 touchdown number, but I've already taken a couple dogs. I like Utah, the Utes, with the potential return of Cam Rising in that spot. Your fourth pick, Ty. You've got Notre Dame, Purdue, and Oak State so far.
Headed to the NFL Sunday at 12. The Saints take on the Houston Texans in Houston. I'm going to take the Saints minus 1.5.
Ooh, minus 1.5.
I think Dennis Allen's defense will give C.J. Stroud some troubles. Probably throw his first pick. I think that's way too.
So Texans are a home dog in this game?
Yep.
Oh, Rod, you know me, man. I'm going Battle Red. Give me the Battle Red. Give me the Texans. We're going head on head.
Texas playing good football right now.
Give me C.J. Stroud. Give me the D'Amico Ryans defense.
Should have beat the Falcons. They had a go-ahead touchdown. Defense couldn't hold up there in the bargain. Come on.
All right. You know, they signed this week. Texans signed the former TCU Horned Frog Jason Verrett. Remember him, the corner?
Oh, yeah.
He was in San Francisco, had an injury, but he's back, and the Texans brought him in to help out with their secondary a little bit. We'll see. I'm going to take Houston straight up. I think they're going to play well at home again like they did against Pittsburgh.
I think he's
when
right.
They beat the daylights out of the Steelers the last home game. All right, Ty, last pick for you. I've got Miami at North Carolina. I've got Oregon at Washington, 2 road dogs. I got Texas State and Utah at home, and I got the Houston Texans at home. What's your 5th pick?
For my 5th pick, I'm going to take the Atlanta Falcons minus 2.5 at home against the Washington Commanders. As I mentioned earlier this week, Desmond Ridder is undefeated at home in his college and
nice
NFL
pick.
career.
And no quarterback's been sacked more than Sam Howell, and that's pretty decent pass rush in Atlanta these days. They've improved that defense. Sam Howell could be under attack there. Remember, last time we saw Washington, it was that Thursday night game where they got beat by the stinking Bears. They had to have an embarrassing. The Bears. Hey, Rod, you played a game and the Chicago Bears scored 40 points with Justin Fields. That's got to be embarrassing.
That is crazy. yeah, considering all the struggles they were going through offensively.
Oh, and the Bears, they're about to fire Matt Eberflus, and everyone's running to throw out Justin Fields, and they go into your building on a Thursday night and score 40.
40?
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, that ain't good.
40 burger.
That ain't good.
Bad news. I'd like that pick too, Ty. So those are our 5 picks. We'll post those out to social media. We'll grade ourselves on Monday, and we'll see who the winner is. I've got the which you don't like me picking against your guy Mac Brown in that first pick.
I don't mind it. I just think that Miami. I don't know if I trust Cristobal.
Mac Brown would have taken a knee.
Mario Cristobal's got a lot of talent there, but I don't know if he's trustworthy now as a coach. Now that I've seen multiple times that he has failed to kneel the football to end the games and lost games because of that impulse.
Any coach ever
bad coaching decision.
Yeah, the dang coaching mistakes. If any coach ever needed a dumbass coach, like it's Mario Cristobal.
Come on, Cristobal.
Hey, dumbass. Take a knee.
Just take a knee.
Take a knee. Coach. I
don't understand.
Take the knee.
Makes no sense.
Let's go to the shower.
Yeah. Come on, man. So I'll take Mac. And Mac's got a quarterback. When Mac's got a quarterback.
And Tez Walker's back, too, their best receiver.
Mac's got a quarterback. He balls out.
I think Miami, as you said, there's a lot of talent. I think they're better on I think UNC's defense can be exposed there. It'll be a shootout. I think a lot of the games I'm picking are going to be high-scoring ball games.
Yeah, Oregon, Washington, I'm expecting to be high-scoring, too.
Except for, I think Oregon, that could be 45-42 kind of thing.
I'm
right?
with you, yeah.
Big time.
One or two turnovers make the difference.
If there's a must-see game on Saturday, it's that one, right? The one from Seattle. Got to look at both those teams. They're both playing in the top 10. Has national title implications just to get a look at both Washington and Seattle. Because the winner, kind of like Oklahoma last week, right, comes out in a really good spot. Still have a tough road to go, but, man, to get that one, especially for Oregon going on the road, because they get USC at home later in the year.
Has anybody separated in the Heisman conversation?
Ooh, that's a good. We'll pick that up on the other side, right ahead of Burn Orange Curtain, because who is your Heisman frontrunner?
Because that game might propel someone or catapult them.
Yeah, it certainly will. Caleb Williams has to still be kind of the front runner because
I know.
Not in Vegas.
And I think
Ooh,
Ty will tell us who is the front runner in Vegas when we come back. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B on a Friday. Oh, wow. What do we got there, Ty? I thought we were going to get some Creed or something before we get up out of here.
Kesha.
Oh, is that Kesha?
Kesha.
She's in town this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I thought that was, who did I think it was, the milkshake lady?
Khalees.
Khalees.
You thought it was Khalees. The one who dated Bill Murray. Remember they broke up, though.
That's so weird.
Yeah, they just banged it out for a little while. I don't know.
That's so weird.
Hey, that was a very weird relationship. You ain't gonna find many relationships that are that strange to the pop culture, and that one was really weird. People just couldn't figure that one out. Like, what the hell?
I mean, I just can't imagine. I mean, I'm not into being intimate with men anyway, but certainly Carl Spackler, the groundskeeper, that ain't gonna do it. From Caddyshack.
Hey man, Bill Murray, he's funny though. Funny humor is attracted to women. Women love funny dudes. Love. You can make a woman laugh. Honestly, you're already in there like swimwear. I mean, you're pretty close.
In there like swimwear.
Yeah, every guy knows
like
that. You can make a woman laugh. You get her really comfortable really easy. That's the best way to get a woman comfortable is to make her laugh. And Ty's funny. That's why Ty's, good with the ladies. Make them laugh.
Yeah, son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey.
Gotta be natural with it, though.
Yeah, you gotta be natural. Yeah, you can't be. Well, you ain't gonna be funny if you're out there faking it.
Hey, what's popping before the top of the hour? We'll give you the official bet we're making on the Rangers-Astros series. Rod and I versus Ty, and we will put it on the line coming up before we get out of here at 11 o'clock. Also, congrats. We talked yesterday in this spot to Drew Sanders, Vandergrift. They beat Round Rock last night, 45-3.
Didn't you say they had trouble with them the last few years?
Yeah, this is a different Vandergrift team.
Man, this team is a juggernaut
They've now outscored their opponents by 240 points this year. It's ridiculous.
I mean, and like these games aren't even competitive.
No, and they're over by halftime. They really are. They're putting them away.
And they had like two defensive guys that were injured.
I know. And they'll come back. They're coming back too.
Yeah.
For the playoffs when they really ramp it back up. But they're on their way to a district championship, which, as Drew told us, is the goal. Also tonight, good luck to Stony Point. They play Vista Ridge in a big game. That's a really good game. Also, McNeil and Round Rock Westwood will play tonight. Mm-hmm. That's a good game. So in high school football tonight takes center stage, along with ACL Fest. And
it's gonna be a lot of traffic then, is what you're saying. All I think of is traffic when you start talking about all these events that are happening. I'm like, okay, lots of traffic then.
Well, listen, it's Austin, Texas on the weekend now. When everybody's home and no one's off at the office, I mean, it's a madhouse out there for Saturdays.
Well, and the weather's good.
And the weather's good.
The weather also plays. People just want to be out. They just want to be out.
I think I'm gonna stay home all weekend, do nothing.
Really?
First time ever.
Is that right?
I'm trying to tell myself.
No, you're not.
I already texted a few of my friends. I'm like, hey, don't let me.
It won't happen.
Don't let me do it tonight.
You're a single man, dude. You can't. Your natural instinct as a single man will have you out there.
That's why you get a girlfriend, because you can stay at home.
You're right. I do need to.
I always said if I had a good woman, I'd have lasted in the NFL at least 3 more years.
Is that right?
Yeah, just because you're settled. When you're not, think about it, as a young man in a big city with money and one of the best jobs you can have, you're not settled when you're single. You're out. Right? When you get some time, like you're out, you're hanging out, doing stuff. A woman, you're going to go home. You're going to, have quality time on the couch. You'll go most of your dinner with her. You're just settled more, so you'll probably spend more of that time working out. You'll spend most of the time watching film. Less time chasing tail. All right. And how much time does that take as a single
exhausting.
man? It's exhausting. It's exhausting. Every man knows it's exhausting. Man.
I mean, when me and my girlfriend first broke up a few months ago, like the first few months were great. I was like, oh man, because it'd been a while.
Yeah.
But
now
thrill. I'm like, damn.
Now it's exhausting.
I'm going to be really hungover.
And I'm not going to say this as a negative.
Exactly.
Because this is going to sound like a negative, but it's not. A good lady, Ty, becomes an anchor. It's a good anchor for you.
Right? Yeah, I know, and I need
not an anchor to hold you
but
down.
You're right. Yes, that's exactly right.
It anchors you.
My room right
yes.
now.
It anchors you.
Yep. That's why I agree with you, Eve. You're right.
That's why you put an anchor down when you're out boating, right? You want to anchor and
float away.
You don't want to float away. Like Ty's floating away over here.
No, you're right. That's why I would have lasted. I'm not saying I would have made a career out of it. I would have got 2 more years out of it with a good one.
That's interesting. That's a great point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I save so much money. How much money do you spend out there chasing it? Oh. And I was in expensive cities, too.
Yeah, you were
New
New
York City. You know what I mean? Denver was an expensive city. Chicago. I want to be in a cheap city. You know what I mean? Like Jacksonville.
Well, when you get the right anchor, then
exactly.
she's making money, too.
And she watches the money. When you make a good woman, she's like, nah, we ain't spending that money on that. A good woman, you try to buy a nice bag, and she'll be like, nah, how much is that? That's too much. Take that back.
That's right.
We can't afford that.
Or if you end up with a sugar mama, that's not good.
Oh, whoa.
I want a sugar mama.
Not a sugar mama, but like, what do you call it?
Sugar baby.
A
gold digger.
Oh, a
gold digger.
Gold digger. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's why you got to watch. When you're in the league, you got to watch them.
Well, I don't
You can't tell a woman at first you play in the league. You got to fake your job first or like beat around the bush and see if she'll give you the time of day before you go, yeah, I play for the Broncos. Really? You can't say that first. If you want the easy, like bang it out, yes, you could do that. But if you want to explore actual relationship with a woman, you cannot tell her at first you play in the league. You got to wait a little while.
Look at Rod bringing the knowledge.
You got to wait a little while, man.
Single in the NFL. By the way, I mean, we never really talked about this, but that Trevor Bauer story, the text messages, that girl that he allegedly assaulted was sending the same thing. Oh, I got the hooks in this guy. He's making $250 million or something. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
She's like my next victim. She's like found my next
victim. She knew. Oh, she knew. She was like,
she got him too.
She's all I got to do is get him, all I got to get him to borderline something inappropriate, and we're good.
We're good.
And I don't think if Trevor Bauer didn't have like his form, like he's always been a little bit weird.
Well, look, I'm not going to support Trevor Bauer 100%, but then she said she likes to be choked, so he choked her.
But everybody came for his throat. Like,
I know. Well, you got to realize it's two sides to every story. Yeah. Hey, let's get to real quick. Sorry, Rod, we overtalked the burnt orange curtain.
That was good.
We'll get to one, but you just gave us all the knowledge. That's behind the NFL curtain.
That is behind.
You'd have played 2 more years and you had an anchor.
2 good years in that league.
Ty needs an anchor.
Ty, you need a little bit of an anchor, man. It's all right.
So you're going to stay home all weekend? What are the odds of this? I'll bet you on that more than I bet you on the Astros.
Let's put a bet on this.
I will win.
Yes. So you're saying you're not going to leave the house to go out on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday?
Well, I'd never go out on Sunday. But
you just watch football?
Yeah. Okay. Sunday is on the couch for a good 12 hours.
You don't even go out to brunch Sunday fun day?
No, I Uber Eats probably 2 meals.
You just back in the day you used to go out though, because that's you meet a lot of ladies. Right? Sunday fun day.
Yeah,
I remember that, dude. Back in my day, Sunday fun day, the ladies are out for brunch.
That's something I've never done.
I'm usually out on Saturday.
No, I don't do that.
Do you ever do Uber Eats?
No,
I don't eat a lot of fast food anyhow. But
me neither.
We've ordered pizzas before, but now it's like you'll order anything.
Once you do it, it's a slippery slope.
It's addictive.
Because you're like, I can just sit here and have. Like I could have 3 forks delivered to my house.
That's funny. No wonder you're out of money.
Damn, it's expensive enough.
Exactly.
I see why you want to say you ordered 3 forks to the house.
I need a course on money management. They don't teach you that in high school or college.
They should. They should teach you that in taxes. I'm so pissed off that taxes is not a high school course. You got to pay the rest of your whole damn life. How the hell do we go through education without getting a class on taxes? Sorry, it's a random rant. It's a 10 o'clock rant. But isn't that ridiculous? Isn't that how you know the system is against you? The one thing you do your entire life, you do not have a class on it. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Because they don't want you to know about taxes, because they want to get over on you, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Continue.
Get a CPA up there.
Exactly. Teach me how to make a deduction. Teach me how, teach me how to write something off. That's what I need to know. LLCs. That's what I need to know. Hell, it's too late in my life.
I figured it out this year.
Did you? The taxes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You can make some money.
We live vicariously through you, Mr. Babers. Well, used to.
Now
we live through Ty.
Yeah,
Ty's about to mail it in. He's about to give it up.
Ty, do you still have dating apps?
Yeah, but...
You don't use them?
I mean, not really.
I love that you don't even use your
I'm kind of like an in-person...
You prefer to work the hard way and go out and meet them in person?
I mean, I've used them a few times, but not... It's kind of grimy.
Wow, Ty's a classy guy.
I don't think you look at a picture of me and you're like, for girls.
He's got to grow on. He's like algae.
Oh, yeah.
I got to perform.
You don't believe you're attractive in like the social media pics and stuff. So you
Well, I also just don't have any pictures of like myself. I'm not going to sit there and take like a shirtless mirror picture, or like even like a selfie. Like I would never take a selfie.
Oh, that might be the bet now. I need Ty to shave his beard and do a shirtless mirror selfie pic.
Oh.
That might be it.
All right, that's the bet. We'll come back. We're finalizing the bet when we come back against Astros Rangers on the What's Poppin' on a Friday. Final hour. Oh, man, what a day, what a night it was. Great game in college football with the West Virginia-Houston Hail Mary victory. Texas will now play Houston next Saturday. West Virginia now not as big a problem for the Longhorns as far as controlling their destiny. They've taken a loss. They'll take others, by the way. Also, the Phillies beat the Braves last night. Gosh, in the 7th inning, when the bases were loaded and Ronald Acuna hit one to the gap, I thought it was a grand slam when it had left his bat. I was like, oh, man, hero. Braves are going to get this, and Acuna warning track power off of Craig Kimbrell last night. But, boy, for all the world, it looked like, because Craig Kimbrell had walked the bases loaded to face Ronald Acuna, the likely MVP of the National League, and kid caught it up against a wall to save the day. It would have been a huge hit, obviously, in the ball game. Didn't happen. So that was wild. And then the Chiefs beat the Denver Broncos for the 16th straight time.
Oh, and they finally released Frank Clark, I think. The report is they are going to release him. He will be released.
They're trying to get a trade, much like they did with Randy Gregory.
Nobody
they
wanted
got
him,
something
I guess.
from San Francisco. Sometimes a deadline will get that. Somebody will throw an offer that'll work. But at the same time, because if you can get anything, it's better than just releasing the guy.
And they just asked him to take a pay cut. He just restructured his deal. I want to say took a pay cut of like $2 million.
Clear Sean Payton's trying to rebuild that thing.
Yeah, I think that
bringing his own guys and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think Sean Payton's also finding out something Mike McCarthy finds out too. If you don't have Drew Brees, it's a lot harder. You know, when you're winning.
Bill Belichick too.
Yeah, Bill Belichick.
Oh, damn, it's tough without these elite, all-time great Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy. You know, he got run out by Aaron Rodgers, but when he won a Super Bowl, he had the elite Aaron Rodgers. Drew Brees was there as the staple for Sean Payton all those years.
That's a great point.
And with Tom Brady, not just the performance, right? It's the leadership. It's the tone set. It's how we go about our business. It's something that the Astros have talked about with their culture. That we talked about the Spurs with Tim Duncan. You know, it's not just the production.
Nope.
It's
the presence. It's the presence being around there.
You can't replace it.
Nope.
And it's just because everyone falls in line behind it. And I think the Longhorns are maybe getting there. They're hoping guys like Bijan and Roschon kind of set the tone. Jonathan Brooks and these guys are picking it up. But that's what it takes, and different in college because it's so transitional. Pro football, man, you got to have a quarterback, but you have a quarterback that can lead.
I know, and that's why Texans fans are so excited about C.J. Stroud.
He feels like the total package.
He does feel like that. He's saying all the right things.
And guess what? It's why the Eagles are right to be excied about Jalen Hurts.
Yep. He's
both.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why the question's about Dak, because Dak's got the leadership and the immeasurables and
he
the
does everything
intangibles.
Right,
but yeah,
except be good.
But this is the thing about it. See, remember we were having a conversation like 2 years ago about the Cowboys offense because it was a top 5 offense, right? And everybody kept saying, "Well, you know, I don't like the Cowboys offense. Dak sucks and Kellen Moore sucks." And I kept saying they can't both suck and have a top 5 offense. So one of them can suck, but the other one has to be pretty good because if they both suck, you wouldn't have a top 5 offense. You can't say Kellen Moore is terrible and trash, and also Dak is trash. So now have we amended this narrative about who is trash in that conversation about Dak and Kellen Moore? Do we still think both of them are trash, Cowboys fans? Or now you're starting to lean that actually Kellen Moore's not trash?
We'll find out Monday night.
Boom. Exactly.
Monday night.
That's where that narrative, I think, will shift dramatically depending on what happens on Monday.
Yeah, we'll see. Did you see of course, internet remains undefeated, social media. Ty, did you see the advertisement, the mock advertisement for the fake cologne? It was the Dak Prescott cologne. It was called INT, and it was the headline was on for nights you don't want to score.
See, that's just wrong.
That's wrong.
That's wrong.
But
man.
funny.
It is funny, but the truth is, it's not all Dak.
I know.
Kurt Warner said that too, but like VY once told me, quarterback, you get all the girls, but you get all the grief. So it all falls on you, and Dak's all falling on him. But I'll throw this out there. You go look at interception rates all time in his career. I mean, Dak's one of the best quarterbacks in the league at taking care of the football. He has been.
There's your cologne
since
right
he got there. Oh, man. It's signature. I like it. It says INT signature.
For nights you don't want to score. The Dak cologne. That is too much. That's harsh.
All right. Not wrong for that, man.
Ty, you've given us your 5 picks against me head-to-head in our Pick'em contest just for bragging rights. But do you have another bonus pick for the people brought to you by MyBookie?
I'll go with the Cowboys -2.5.
Oh, that's Monday night. Don't make a Monday night pick. You can do that Monday.
Pick it, yeah. All
right, just pick one of your 5 that you gave us. Your favorite one from the weekend.
Favorite Sex Panther pick.
Let's see.
How about
I know which
Notre
one is your
Dame,
favorite.
Purdue, Oak State? Saints?
No, I like Oklahoma State.
I would say Oklahoma State was good.
Oh, the Mike Gundy
Mike
underdog.
Gundy as a home dog.
People are going to hammer Kansas on that. That's a Vegas game, right?
Do you
But
have,
they might not have their starting quarterback.
Do we have the bet solidified? I do think, Ty, are you willing to accept the terms of a Astros versus Rangers bet? You have to shave your beard if the Astros win it, and then you do have to do it doesn't have to be shirtless, but I'll need you to do like a tank top at least, in mirror, bro dude selfie.
That's a lot worse than either of y'all's.
F boy selfie.
And if the Rangers
do I have
win,
to put it on my Tinder account too?
No,
only
if you want to.
We won't make
you,
do that.
but if you want to,
that's too harsh right there.
But maybe your Grindr account.
Oh, your Bumble.
Oh, sorry.
One of those.
That was a joke.
You know what Grindr is, right?
Yeah, he does. I think he does. That's why the joke was funny. I don't know. Maybe he does. He just
I didn't know who Kesher
funny.
was. I think I do know.
I think he does.
But maybe. Hey,
there's anything wrong
but
with
for
that.
me, if the Rangers win, Ty, I will do an entire show in a full Rangers uniform, including eye black and batting gloves.
I like that.
And then I will go with you after the show over to HEB, and we'll walk around the Yoga Pants HEB.
Wow.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Down for
Full
that.
Ranger gear.
Can I wear my catch ears gear and you throw me a pitch in the
Sure.
aisle at HEB?
I'll bring it. I'll be wearing my cleats and everything.
So I like all my stuff. I was a pretty badass.
I'm
catcher
in on
back
that.
the
I
day.
will go full. And it might be right around Halloween time when we find this out, so everybody will just think I'm in a Halloween costume.
And that'll fit too, because I believe I like CB's one where I got to purchase a Rangers Lucha Libre mask. That's money right there if I lose. I'm going to give that to you, by the way, because I don't want to keep that damn thing. And I'd wear it during the show. I'd do a whole show in my Lucha Libre mask.
Okay.
That's hardcore right there.
Yeah, because you got to spend some money too. So.
I got to spend some money, and I'll give it to you. That'll be your prize.
I'm gonna have to pull some strings to get a
fair.
Rangers. I know some people with a Rangers because it can't be because I got a Round Rock Express jersey, but that doesn't count, right?
No.
I have somebody saying I should wear wrestling tights as well, but I don't know if I can do that. That would be too. If the Astros get swept, I'll wear the wrestling tights. There you go. I wear the tights and everything. They get swept. They won't get swept. Damn it! If they do, I'm going to lose my
if the Rangers get swept, I'll post a naked attraction style.
Exactly. There you go.
Bottom, middle, and face. All it's individually.
Oh, look at
junk
this.
shot and all. You'll shave everything, even manscaping.
Oh no, we don't need that part.
Oh, there you go. TMI.
Missed out facescape. This says the Dak Cologne branding. When you want someone else to take her to the house.
Well done. Well done.
Good job on the text line. That's a great way to
That's
finish
how you
up
end the show right there on a high note. Dak Cologne when you want someone else to take her to the house.
Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. Well done.
Dude, he's top 10 in interception rate all time in NFL. People still making jokes about Dak. I love it.
Oh,
I love it.
Hey, that last Sunday night hurt a lot.
It did.
Because it was in a row. It was just like
three of them in a row. Come on, Doc.
Is this a joke? Is this Saturday Night Live or something?
Come on, Dak.
Hey, Rod, have a great weekend,
You
brother.
too, brother.
Kiss that baby. And no Longhorn game, so no pregame tomorrow. We will have full coverage, Joe, of we'll have Astros Rangers for you. Game 1, Sunday night. Give me a Go Stros, Rod.
Go Stros!
There we go. Good one. Astros Rangers right here on the Horn. Of course, you're home for Ranger baseball. We'll have that. We'll have a full recap on Monday of the entire weekend. Safe to say there's a lot. If you missed any part of our show today, and it was good, we had Jeff Fry, former Texas Ranger, Major Leaguer, preview on the Rangers side. We had Steve Sparks. Found out that those two guys played against each other in American Legion ball back in the day
world.
when they were kids. Now we're on our show. And Gene Watson was with us to preview the big leagues and the LCSs. That was about 7:30 this morning. It's all podcast at hornfm.com. Ty, good luck this weekend.
Yes, sir.
Rod, let's do this on Monday at 6 a.m., all right?
I'm right, brother.
That's our 25 hours in the books, 5 days a week on Austin's only local morning sports conversation. Let's hook them up. Have a great weekend. Jim Rome next.